this is all working. I'm going to. I was hosting Colonial Rebels play with Hearts of Iron 4. I hope this is all coming through. And of course, hopefully somebody will say hi here. Yeah, it looks like it's working good. Very, very good. All right. All right, let's. Hey, Sir Choyjet, so how goes the war? Well, you can sort of see we're pushing deep into the Soviet Union. Now the question is are we going to push too deep and collapse, or are we going to push super deep and conquer them? And that's sort of the big question here. Right. Let's make a save. Just get the computer used to the idea of saving things. Make sure the last save wasn't a corrupted save that won't save down the way. Yeah, that's sometimes, and it goes way back. Sometimes you'll make a save, everything thinks it's good, you know, it saves. And then you open that save and it'll play, but you can never save it at all from that save. I've had this for years and years. Though it's actually fewer nowadays, but it does still happen. Okay, we are trying to crush a few pockets here. I think we're going to stop attacking with you because we don't want you to shatter. You head that way. You head that way. I nearly wiped out. Infantry division. No, good shape infantry division. Let's get in east. Attacking across the river. Well, these guys have pushed them out. We're going to send you here and attack these guys who are attacking here, your other friendly Romanians. Are these guys all moving? Yeah, they're all moving somewhere. Good. Oh good, these guys now may be able to move at an efficient rate of speed, so let's put you on board ships. I hate how it always, whenever you've loaded in a ship, or loaded stuff onto a ship, it's there. So we're going to do a naval invasion here. Hopefully before they can reinforce this. And keep pushing forward. looks like they're defending along the river, which is fine. They're coming up to support that movement. These guys are attacking into there. That's good. They're attacking into there, so they'll support that. No, I can't use. Oh, you're not in. Okay, you move to that province. You're not in an adjacent province, so that would be a good reason why you wouldn't be able to support that. Once in a while, there's actually good reasons for things to happen here. Wouldn't want to. Aha. Right. Down here, they're pushing hard against these. Oh. You need to fall back. You can come up. This is acting weird. There we are. You had been defending against a lot of units. Oh my god, still too many units protecting the rear areas here. Well, let's see about moving some of these. Headquarters have minor anti-partisan abilities, so getting them up here will help that a little bit. You just need to move up because your forces are forward. We want the supplies to flow. Now I'm wondering about the possibility of another attack here. But I think we're going to wait on that a little bit. How are we doing out here? Pretty good, it looks like. Okay. You guys can walk into there. You guys keep moving that way. Right, okay. Not a lot of work can change done, but some, but so we'll just save this. And then we'll make an episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing look at Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41. And as my friend Toyjet asked me a few moments ago, how goes the war? Well, reasonably good. as we can see here, we're pushing fairly deep in the Soviet Union. Now, the question will be is, are we pushing deep and going to collapse, or are we going to push deep and keep going? I don't know and when, so we will see on this. Now, before we get into it, of course, I gotta say, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. You can like the videos, make comments, post comments below. Love hearing from you. And I also want to say I recently made some videos playing Warhammer 40k Battle Sector. Great game. Now, it may not be the game for you because you may be only wanting to play World War II games or whatever. That's cool. But I do know, like Toy Jet up here. Hey, and Eric's here. Hello. That many of you also like Warhammer. I almost said War Thunder, but Warhammer. And the video has performed about like I expected it to. Not terribly well. And I'm not sure why. Some of you, you know, you're just here for watching a particular game, you know, Hearts of Iron 3 or Hearts of Iron 4 or whatever else. You don't really care who's playing it. You're just here to watch it. That's cool. Other people, hey, it's cool. You're here to hang out with me, whatever I'm more or less playing, as long as it isn't, you know, Minecraft or something you hate. Whatever it is you might hate, you're here to, you know, you watch. But I have to wonder why, you know, so many of the people I know overlap into things like, it's not just Warhammer, it's just Warhammer this time. I don't know whether it's YouTube is not, whoa, that, and Arno is now hosting. That sound came pretty loud. Thank you, Arno. I don't know whether it's YouTube not showing people's the videos, or whether it's you guys not interested in them. And either, you know, well, if you're not interested, fair enough. You know, I'm not trying to sell you on a game that you don't want to watch played, let alone play. And I'm definitely, you know, understanding that you got a limited amount of time, you know, of what you're going to watch. But if, yes, greetings, Arno. If you get the chance, I would appreciate you guys give it a watch, give it a like, because I'd love to break out into doing some new areas. These guys here, I mean, they're not terribly great, but they had a suppression of 11 here for the HQ and Kradschützen 13, so they'll suppress an area moderately well. So we might as well get some of them going forward and hang out in occupied territories and do, you know, evil SS things. It's always been the length of your content. I'll always support. I understand, Eric, and I don't have a lot of time to watch a lot of other people's content. Though we did get a little bit of good praise for Eric's intro. It's not new to him and me because we did this some time ago, but it's new to you. Intro for the videos that he made. It's really nice. And as I've told him, I'll tell all of you who are watching this, is why I don't use it. Is because, like, if I make an hour-long or 40-minute-long video, once I, you know, and I really don't know where to edit a lot of the stuff, and, you know, yeah, a lot of people are young and want a, you know, a 5-minute, 10-minute video or a 20-minute video. They don't want a 40 or 50-minute video, and I totally get that. A lot of things I watch just because it's 5 or 10 minutes on a subject too. I'm not saying entirely just because of young people, but studies have shown young people's attention are shorter than older people's attention. Not so much age situation, but just when they grew up and what they were used to watching is more of that. But Eric made the really nice intro, and To add it to the front of this would take about an hour of my computer doing basically nothing but it. And yeah, I do have an older computer, and I need to sort of would change things to do that as a rendering machine. I just haven't set that up. That's more laziness than anything else. And so I've got to render the stuff, either not do, go read a book or something, or sleep or something like that, to add it to the front of the videos. And the reason I added it when I did was I was already editing things, needed to make it into a smaller episode because it turned out to be a 2.5-hour episode because I didn't make a pause doing live streaming, so I needed to shorten it up. Okay, you're about ready to collapse, so we'll stop your attack. Oh, okay, yeah, you're coming to there. We'll add your attack to here. Hopefully this unit will die. So yeah, it's a very nice intro, I thought, and a few other people did as well. So that is cool. Eric is a good editor. And I know I offered to Lum, and I'd offer it to Eric too if he wanted to take one of my videos, and I'd even could supply him with a sort of original copy, as it were, of it, and let them edit one of the, whatever, whether it's Hearts of Iron 4 or Hearts of Iron 3 or something else, edited down. Now I know, like on a War of Thunder video, yeah, that's sort of like driving from the spawn point halfway across the big map. You could edit it out and those kind of things. Again, but some of this stuff, I wonder where I would make the edits and all this. Get rid of all this blathering that I'm doing now. That's so much fun. Trying to cut this area off from supplies. Okay, major victory somewhere. Okay, they're attacking up here. Where? Oh, we had it. Okay, but that isn't our main. This is. I don't know where our major victory is. Now we've had a major defeat. Okay. Oh, the division shattered. There we had a major defeat. Okay. How are some of these major defeats? I don't know. And this was just defending here, while all the rest are pushing in on them. Yeah, I know it's a defeat. Like getting pushed back is why we're having it, but I don't know why it's major. Oh, you're about ready to put on this. Good, some of these pockets are finally ending. This here has been a pain, like Sevastopol sort of was. So I don't know if my friend Exurgent is going to show up. I know I was on Twitter with him just a moment ago before starting the live stream, but I don't know if he's somewhere where he can watch the live stream and type, because I had a few things I wanted to chat with him about for just a moment. If he shows up, you guys might find interesting. You move into that empty hex. That's where they're going. Oh. Good. Attack, focus, advance. Let's see, this is interdiction of I think this is here. Yeah, 1944. Let's stop that. Oh, good. We have a lot more options we could do now. Mechanized combat with morale up. Delay diversion. Artillery support. Ooh, we like that. Okay, you're moving, you're moving. Good. You support that. Okay, well, they're still moving into the... Right, okay, the Hungarian army is now basically freed up. At least the one elements that I get to play with. Yes, I'm just sort of generically sending them east, just get the units going. Oh, didn't even maybe know that I had some air power here. Okay, well, we have some air power here. What do you know? They've been assaulting there for so long and they still have to, what, drive in? They should have been deep in the city already. Okay, well, we've taken this force. You move up to here. You support that attack. You get moving while you reorganize. You're fresh to keep moving. Sure why they were being sent there, but okay. Okay, so we have a nice panzer division there that's going to attack there to counterattack. There, yeah, they're falling back. Are you really wanting to push? Maybe you are. Let's just go to here with you. Oh, for the moment, maybe just to there. Right, so we have a decent line of defense here against their attacks, it looks like. Move north into those mountains, you keep pushing there. Okay, you stop your attack. You're not getting across there very easy at all. Okay, well, they've now stopped that attack. You keep pushing up to there. Right. So I think we keep heading for Moscow. What do you say about that idea? This is the terrain here. Right, okay, well, let's take on this artillery. Support that attack. Hey Martin, how you doing? Yes, we have a bot. It looks like it just showed up. Okay, you attack there, give some support to that attack. Okay. Let's hit the save button. And yeah, this is taking a long time. We're going to have to not end the episode, but we're going to have to reboot here. I'm definitely not in the live stream. Just save it without any problems, please. Yes, this game is still finicky and even more finicky when you're also recording and streaming at the same time, which adds pressure. On the system. Wow, this is taking quite a while to save. But I'm not going to do anything. There we go. Okay, see, I could tell when, just to give you guys a little heads up when you play, when I clicked on this and saw that it's not displaying any of the other additional information. So, yeah, so your screen will go black here. But I will be back. Very sure the live stream, I'm not going anywhere, just that it's going back. Let's see. That. So, okay, let's see. And yes, I am doing well. Okay, we are back here. We're going to load this. Sure thing, Eric. After the stream, which will be ending in approximately 3 hours, I would happily chat with you for a few minutes. If you're so, you were actually reading books on U.S. politics. Okay, that is it. Yeah, that in and of itself is interesting. I really, right now, the way things are going, wonder what books on politics are accurate nowadays. Now, maybe you're reading more historically, but I mean, it's in like 10 or 20 years ago. Stuff, yeah, okay, there we go. If you want to chat about something, you got some points or questions, happily talk about them somewhat, yeah. Okay, let's look at strategic resources as to where we might want to be attacking, like there, good. Why is this going so slow? Oh, just almost there. Now, I will often take the path of least resistance. So I don't know how. Do we go towards Stalingrad with this unit? And which would sort of presumably press a bunch of these other units here. Or do we push down towards Rostov? That way, and try to hook around these guys, but we're going to support that attack there for a moment. And all the oil down here, but we're already pushing up from here. Or do we push up and hook up north towards Moscow? Sort of let some of these guys push. No, I think we'll head towards Stalingrad. Germans always have such good luck in Stalingrad. Take Sevastopol. Well, we are assaulting it currently with 3 divisions, Sevastopol. They had another sort of HQ type division with some defensive elements, and it's already shattered. We've almost got rid of the garrison division there, so we are pushing there. The book I'm reading on was about the elections before 2010 and the economic politics. Yeah. U.S. politics are very interesting, and until recently have been very stable. And a lot of people, some of them just Europeans that are used to having communists, fascists, centrists, all these different, the agrarian party and whatnot in their political discourse in their country and their elections, even if some of these parties get, less than 5% of the vote. In America, a lot of them a lot of the Europeans looking in at America, and they sort of think, yeah, they are a bunch of, there's no difference between Democrats and Republicans. Because until recently, and I know, including relatives of mine, they still believe the Democrats believe in capitalism and, freedom of speech. But if you look at what their party elites are doing, I'm not just talking about some weird person on the internet. Yeah, we always find a weird person on the internet that thinks, the earth is flat. And they talk about how people all around the world are agreeing with them. Notice, all around the world, yes. Even they know it's not flat. So yeah, we always know there's nuts online, but we're talking about people that actually get elected to offices somewhere and have not been ostracized from the party. That are, that talk about how, well, if we could just do communism right, it would be good, but we can't yet, and the Constitution yet, but yeah, so the Democrats now are and then people hate when I get into this neo-Marxist party and all that, but it used to be rather ordinary situation. Ah, yes. Hello, Exurgent. Good to have you here. No, we're not bashing the Brits yet. We'll do that later. Okay. They deserve a lot of bashing. Okay, we're going to move you guys. You're the armor unit. You're going to go fast, fast, fast. You're going to go into there. Okay, well, let's get off politics, because I know a bunch of you really don't like that too much. And since Exurgent is here, he recently didn't catch whether it was last night or this morning or whatever my time here, posted over on the Black Ice forum about, on one of my posts about costs of upgrades and things that are going on with the various mods. And then I've since, and I don't know if he's seen yet the post I've made since then, talking about it. I am a game designer. All significant modding, because I say significant, if you're just like, oh, hey, I'm making a mod that changes this counter, that isn't game design, really. I mean, yeah, it's the aesthetic elements of a game, but I'm thinking beyond that. Now, I'm just a person who tinkers around the edges of somebody else's created works, primarily Hearts of Iron, but still I'm designing a game. And the game that I'm designing, working on, Hearts of Iron, is a look back at something and trying to replicate the realities of it into. I'm thinking about making a special episode here, so maybe I'm going to end this. Yeah, I think I will. I think we've gone on this episode. Not the live streams going on. No one needs to leave. Just hang out. But I think we're going to end this episode here because I want to make a special episode talking about some of my design philosophies and Third Reich events and whatnot. And of course, those on chat and those later can chime in, so you may want to catch the special. So thank you all. See you next time for, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, good. Let me save this. I want to talk here about Hearts of Iron, and Exertion and others can comment as I go, and I will deal with that. Welcome to a special episode in which I'm going to talk about game design, and I know probably all this I've touched on at least sometime before, but it just sort of come up in a discussion that's been sort of ongoing or started back up on the Black Ice forums. And so if you were looking for an episode of Hearts of Iron in which you're going to see gameplay and advancing and crushing the Soviets, this is not going to be it. You can skip it. If you want to find out my thinkings on the mod that I create, Third Reich events, and whether you think it's reasonable what I'm doing or whatnot, and you can post your comment if you want to, watch this and post your comments below. Love to have your feedback, because maybe I'm all wrong, but at least I want to try to present what's in my head and why I do things the way I do it. Okay, like I was saying at the end of the last episode, I am a game designer. All modders, well, theoretically all modders are game designers, but as I sort of use an example, if all you're really doing is modding, a counter, changing the motor torpedo boat counter to something better, yeah, that is a little bit of, game aesthetic design, but we're talking about functionality. So Third Reich events has a lot of events, a huge amount of events that affect the game. I mean, they're not just eye candy. They're not just stop attacking across them. That might be a benefit. So they affect the game and in significant ways. So it is game design. And the game I'm working on obviously is Hearts of Iron, but is a game that looks back at history and tries to replicate a supremely complex situation. You got politics, industry, military tactics, as in tactics of how do these guys get across this river? They should probably stop attacking there because they're not going across that river well. Okay. You counterattack there. Stop them from attacking so we can get across that. Well, the tactics of river crossing to the sort of strategies of Northern Front, Southern Front. Yes, Aurora, that is really nice. It helps me because I do not, I know of the Dnieper. I know it's in here, but following just what is the Dnieper here is difficult for me. Yeah, I got the Mississippi main line down, and it's not even marked on this because no one plays much on the U.S. map, of actually doing it. But this, for someone who talks about playing, having the Don marked on here and we're crossing the Don or something really helps. And good game design. And I've talked to Podcat, the designer of one of the major designers of Hearts of Iron 4, and he liked the idea, though I don't know they've implemented river names for Hearts of Iron 4. And I definitely told him about this is how they've done it in Hearts of Iron 3. But so yeah, game design. So we're, complex set of situations. And one in which we want to, because this is a grand strategy, not just a strategy game, a grand strategy game, we want to play in significant what ifs in history. Now I want to play in realistic, personally want to play in realistic what ifs, but not like, well, what if America turns fascists and allies with the Nazis? I'm not really interested in that. I mean, not that I'll never play a mod that does that, but it's got to be sort of like a Kaiserreich. I keep bringing that up because it is, as I call it, the wacky world of Kaiserreich or whatever. They've sort of created this whole fantasy milieu, put it together, and it's sort of cool if you want to go and experiment. But I don't like just sort of half-assery workings on, like we'll press these few buttons and have the U.S. go, fascist or something. I want a whole reason why the world's different. Like good alternative fiction kind of thing or alternative reality stuff. But okay. So, and a good strategy game would be like War in the East or War in the East 2, in which it really tries to look at the actual German resources committed to the Eastern Front at a particular time, and then sort of extrapolates from there. Now, you may not take all of the losses that you take. I've not gotten, so about reinforcement, what the hell is it? Yeah, this is about that, exertion, and other things. The, how well Warren, because I haven't gotten deep enough into it, deals with things like the Stalingrad disaster and the rebuilding of divisions after the Stalingrad disaster. How does it handle if you don't have a Stalingrad disaster, shall we say, and divisions aren't destroyed? And yeah, I know it does tanks and whatnot. And does it create fictitious divisions that represent, units that would have been created because there were units that were in essence sort of in the creation process that sort of get renamed and added the sort of at-home depot elements to it no, that division wasn't destroyed in Stalingrad. See, here it all is with all new people that just happen to be all new, basically. So it's complex. We are never going to be, at least in my opinion, 100% right on any of this thing if we're looking at this as a grand strategy. We can look at, like, oh, well, what was the, particular tactical level battles somewhere in history, and it's a short enough micro period of time that we can figure things out, and it'll be fairly historically accurate, where there's enough information. This company attacks that company on this ridge, and we have all of the period, flyover photos like you can do, which is actually rather well done, is Steel Division, where they look at, Normandy, and they have all those period aerial reconnaissance photos to build their maps up, and they have the orders of battle pretty well down with their TOEs, the equipment that was actually in these units, and so it's very historical. You can do that, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about this grand strategy game. And I know from my readings, now I'm maybe all wrong or the readings that I've done, but I know from my readings that, well, what I know is that, like, Germany in 1938 ordered 120 Panzer IIs from the Panzer II manufacturer, whether it's Krupp or whoever, it doesn't matter at the moment. And so the company there makes 120 of them by the deadline that's set. We're talking about in 1938. The German government never told them to and even they did later in the war to some degree, and we could go into that, but never told them to turn on that factory and start producing Panzer IIs at the, like 8-hour work shifts, at normal sort of work shifts, and just produce as many as you can for as long as you can. Just start producing them. No, they said, we want 120 of them, and we want them in, 180 days. All of them done. And the company goes, fine. And they do it. And they gear up and make those 120. They don't keep producing like road wheels. They don't keep producing replacement parts. I mean, they may have orders for additional replacement parts. I think if you looked at the contracts, and I have not, you will find things like, oh yeah, replacement parts and whatever else. But it's a finite order that is done, and the factory fulfills them. Okay, so when we look back today on it, we go, well, how many tanks did Germany produce in 1938? Oh, okay, that's the baseline. So how many? And then we also figure out aircraft and all these other things. Well, Germany should have 300 ICs in 1938 to produce all this stuff. Okay. But that isn't reality, because I've known this more in the tank production realm, but we have lots of, when I say we have missing gaps, I think some of it is purely missing the evidence, the documentation is just gone, destroyed in the war, shall we say, from whatever means. Some of it's just gone. Others, it exists, but it's in some file in either a corporate, in Krupp's corporate archives, or in some government archive somewhere, or maybe lost in a salt mine somewhere that we may dig up someday. But let's just stick to archives, that they may be in some Russian archive or some American archive that no one's published in a book. I mean, they may exist and they may not be hidden or anything like that. They just may be sitting in some archive, just no one's gone in and looked. And no, not being hidden. I'm not talking about nefarious things here. Just, there's a lot of information we, as the general reading historically public, doesn't have access to unless we, get and go into, various archives. And obviously you got to be able to read the language, not just read German. You got to know German back then, which has changed. And there was different Germans, written languages within Germany. And the Nazis are the main people. I gotta write, there's like 4 or 5 terms I should write down so I can pronounce. Gleichenschaft, I don't know. Basically sort of means standardization. They were standardizing German, and which is more or less the standard written German that ends up being what's used today, is done during the Nazi period. So you have to understand what a lot of the abbreviations meant to them and all this stuff. So I know, I'm saying, or maybe I should say believe, but more or less know, that in 1937 or 1938, the German government could have gone to somebody and said, one of the tank manufacturers, okay, you got this big tank manufacturing plant here, not just an assembly floor, but, the machine tools, the stamping tools, the forging elements, the casting elements, all of the stuff to make, panzers. You got all this stuff here? Okay. Right next to it, in the field next to this factory, build another one of these factories. So it's not necessarily like a whole new factory, but it's like duplicate your capabilities next door. And if the German government was going to order this to be done, as in, request it to be done, and pay for it to be done, the German, the factory could readily do this. And I know they could do it without significantly disrupting, please note my words, significantly disrupting other current production of aircraft, of of tanks, of machine guns, helmets, belt buckles. They could expand another tank factory, because they're going to the machine tool makers and say, make us another set of these tools, these, this, that, and the other thing, get all this factory built up, get the bricklayers in to make the bricks for the buildings, the steel frame people for the big internal cranes, and all that stuff, and get all of it made. Okay, and it may take 2 years to build this factory. I know they could have done that. Now, how long would it have taken to them? But I don't know how many factories, if you say do this for tanks, aircraft, trucks, because they were doing this for all this stuff. You have the, I think what some of this represents here is the Volkswagen factory that's being built that ends up producing almost no Volkswagens, but huge numbers of Kubelwagens, the German Jeeps. So if they had planned better, and this is not in a wacky what if world, this is just going like, hey, yeah, going to some of the manufacturers, we know they could increase the number of ICs to some degree that would not massively upset the system. I love TIK's videos. Don't watch all of them, but watch many of them. He deals very, very well with the information that he gets on hand from a lot of the sources I'm talking about from other authors. Not that he, to the best of my knowledge, and not a knock on him, but he is not doing original source research somewhere. He's just reading what has been published or translated into English, like the Goebbels diaries translated into English and whatnot. And more of that, the problem with that is you have to rely upon the correct translation, the correct understanding of the words used and how they're translated into modern English. But I don't always agree with his conclusions. Now, that's fine, and this is again not a slam on him or I'm against him. I generally agree with a lot of them, but not all of them. I really very much understand that you could expand when you build guns and rifles that aren't sold. They are you cause economic problems because they're not a usual. You're not building toasters and selling toasters, so then the workers get to go out and buy the toasters that they make in their factories. They're building Panzers and they don't get to buy them, and they're just you're putting money into the system. And you're getting back nothing of economic value in an economic sense. It is valuable in an economic sense that it protect it. If you're not going for a world war, if you're not playing World Wars version 2, what can we conquer? You're just doing, hey, can we, maintain a good stable country by having proper defenses, which means you have a good stable economy. Yeah, there is an economic benefit to building military weapons, so long as humans are humans and we are organized into nation states. Yes, I know people want or fear the one world government, but until we truly have a one world government, we need militaries. And so a certain level of military spending is an economic benefit directly because it creates stability. But if you're going to play World War in the actual real sense, it may not be good. So we know that Germany could have expanded their production numbers, like I say, turn on producing Panzer IIs or Panzer Is in the early days. And the reason those are useful is well, you have more Panzer divisions, more people trained up, and those vehicles get converted into Martyrs and Jagdpanzers and whatnot down the road, so they have continuing use. But we know they could have produced more, and we know they could have expanded production prior to the war. They did expand some production prior to the war, but we know that Germany was very much like, well, we don't want to waste our expenditures on Panzer IIs because this model of Panzer IIs because we want 120 of them to drive around and see how we like them, and then we'll order changes to it, and then we'll get another 120 and see how those work out. They were very much still in the experimental stages with the war is way because they were planning for a war way down the road. And so they, didn't. Now, maybe you want to play, and that's absolutely fine. And that's why you have start dates, not in Black Ice currently, but in Hearts of Iron, start dates of 1939. You're starting with what they had. And you're not retconning, you're not like, oh, well, what if Germany had an extra 3 Panzer divisions fully equipped at the start of World War II? And what if they had motorized 4 more infantry divisions at the start of World War II. Well, if you're not interested in those type of things, just start at the start of the war dates, and that's cool. But if you're starting in a 36 start date, other than just watching the time clock go by, there's no point of playing that earlier start date if you're not planning at the base level of altering whatever country you're working on in what I consider a realistic direction. So, build 4-engine bomber planes for Germany or something like that. They could have done it. They had them, a few of them. They could have built a bunch more. And would they have been any good and would they have been useful? That's another question. But they could have done it. I agree with you, you should move towards one world government, but that would be several hundred years into the future before it would benefit. Okay, well, the problem, and I won't get into too much, one world government, different cultures like to be governed differently, okay? So to have a one world government spiraling, you need to have an agreed upon culture. And so we can do World War III. Germany's going to conquer the world and they're going to give us the German government. But this time it's going to be the good German government, the Merkel-style German government. And we're all going to like it because it's all going to be a good Federal Republic of Germany of the world. And it's all going to be great. Or it's all going to be the American government and it's all going to be great. And you can't have a monarchy because, I don't mean like a fictitious monarchy like, I don't know, Denmark, in which, you have a king, but who cares? I mean, an actual monarchy like Saudi Arabia or Bhutan or whatever, the actual governing monarchy. You can't have that because you're all one world government. And fuck you because your culture says there should be a king, or your culture says, no, the religious people should rule our country. So, I don't want religious ruling my country, but some people do. And so until you get one culture in this world, and the only way that I see that that's going to happen is by conquest. So one world government is also, I think, is good for humanity to have different cultures, not necessarily that are going to conflict with each other, meaning that they're going to need to fight over the borders of their territories. And now the problem is, of course, is if there's a population boom in Italy and they need more, and in, Croatia, or whatever we want to say over here, they actually, every generation just has one kid per couple, and so they're going down and down and down. There's hardly anybody living in Croatia, but Croatians like having being able to have a huge lot of property around them with nobody, no neighbors nearby, and they like that. But the Italians are all crammed in apartments and they need more Lebensraum, so they're going to go in and conquer this other people that aren't using their territories right. So you will have border conflicts, but even if you didn't have border conflicts, still the different cultures produce different things, whether it's like different foods, but just also different governing ideas to think about. Well, does this work? Or different educational paths and systems. So to have multiple cultures interacting with each other, it is, I think, a benefit to humanity. Yes, it can also be a great detriment. World wars can break out to humanity, but I don't know on the whole whether one world government or whether it's achieved peacefully or by the jackboot, one world government, 30 generations after it's achieved, is going to be better for humanity than multi-governments that periodically, now nuclear warfare, other than a couple of bombs dropped, but, mass nuclear warfare, that's going to be super bad. But if it stays away from mass super nuclear war and just sort of continues normal war, 20 or 30 generations down the road, maybe we would be better off with that as humanity versus one world government. I know we're getting off topic. We need to colonize Moon, Mars, and any other planets we have. No, well, if you just do that, you yeah, if there are aliens, now see, now an outside threat, different sausages, exactly. Exertion. An outside threat may very well be a unifying factor to humanity, and we can see what that's going to go on. But okay, back to the game and modding special and my thoughts. So that we are looking at, with the 36 start date is, and it's really key is to like when conscription has been entered into in Germany, which I think is late 35, but maybe early 36, actually official conscription. But it's really based a lot of it around remilitarizing the Rhineland. And it's sort of a key moment, and a lot of things go on from there. And that is really the set path that the Nazis are pushing towards war. And we know the Nazis and Hitler is very aware that their actions may lead to war. He gives specific, my understanding, again, it's just I get from documentaries. I didn't read the actual memos or orders, but my understanding is the orders that if they meet any French resistance, they're to immediately stop, and if there's pushback, to leave the Rhineland, not to actually go to war over the Rhineland, militarization of the Rhineland. They had already gotten rid of in 35 the last of the sort of Saarland occupation by the French, but it's 36 is the remilitarization of the Rhineland. He gives orders to withdraw, not to fight a war. But that's obviously what we're doing could cause a war, but please don't if you can keep it from happening. We just think they're bluffing on the war thingy. It's what he thinks they're doing. Why do I have a big stack of Oh, these are left over, right? Sorry for the off topic. Yeah, I'm spiraling, as you know, I love talking about these things, and we will and I will talk happily about it some other time when I'm not trying to make a special on this. Why I think things are good or bad. And it's again why I think so, and you can think opposite, and we can both be friends as long as you're not actually wanting to put your jackboot on my neck and force me into your vision of whatever. But as opposed to just talking intellectually as what we think would be good, that's a different matter. We can do that and be friends. Okay, so we already know the German. We're already sort of on the understanding in 1936 that Germany is preparing for war. And so I'm looking at modding and game development as how to do this. Now, if we make building tank factories and aircraft factories, and I'm just using tanks as specific so I know some of the details better there, but all these different factories for free, well, they just spam out huge numbers unrealistically. If, on the other hand, we limit their production of factories to simple events, well, we're constrained to maybe actual historical events, because they did do like the Nibelungen Works and a few others, and I don't know all of them. They actually, building new factories that we know about, and or significantly expanding, which may technically be a new factory, but it's part of the greater complex. But expanding factories already in existence, that's constraining it on the other side. And then what's the point of starting earlier? So we want to do that, or do we just allow, and this is, I think, oh my God sort of position, is just allow what the game mechanics would allow for expansion of factories, which are ICs. And if you give an event that expands the ICs, it has to have maybe not equal, but significantly similar costs to what it would do within game mechanic. Now again, I'm not saying he's a purist on that, but he definitely seems to veer more on that side of the equation than on the other. Okay, now my position is And what I do for TRE is I look at history. I try to find events in history. And I try to then give choices. And yes, the choices sometimes are clearly, well, why wouldn't you? And like one of them, very, very early on an event that I made, dealing with the, now this is partially just sort of a cool thing, but a Mercedes staff car. I think it's the G35 or something. It's the big staff car, cool staff car that had, 3 axles, 3 wheels per side, 6 wheels. That Mercedes built some. I wanted to interest the Army into, well, would you want a huge fleet of these really cool staff cars? They're nice, shiny. Well, we can do them in field gray, or we can do them in nice, shiny colors, or whatever you want it, however you want them painted, and they're really cool. I just know, the one was used in Hogan's Heroes, the TV series I watched growing up. Yes, the U.S. is our club. The big reason the U.S. is eating itself right now. Yeah, Vincent. Hello, Vincent. It's been a while. That's very much part of it. And they haven't recognized the threat that China is that needs to unify. Internal politics, both on the left and the right, though those that want to make changes are on the left. It's just how the left is. So they're the most irritating to people who don't want changes. See, the biggest threats are internal to their agendas and goals, meaning being blocked by the opposition party, and not the biggest threat of foreign conflict. So we don't care about what the foreigners are doing. We only care about what our opposition internally is doing. And so, yeah, that's part of it. You're absolutely right. So back to the Mercedes. So these really cool. Then the Army takes a look at them and goes, damn, those are expensive. Cool, but expensive. No, thank you. Okay, that's what happens. Now, they make 24 of these or something, some small number. One is given to Franco as, a diplomatic gift, and it still exists. It's been unrestored. It's still in more or less perfect condition. It's used very minimally. It's currently owned by the King of Spain. More as, I think, in trust of the people as opposed to his personal car. It's in a museum. But, and there's a few of them still existed. And a few did end up in the German army. I think Hitler gets a couple of them. There's very few of them made. So I sort of took that as a what if. Well, what if the army decided to order a bunch of these staff cars? Well, what if? And not just like 30 or 40, but, a few hundred of these things. So I made an event that there are costs, I don't remember what they are, but I think less than an actual building of an IC. But again, you could cheat and keep firing the event over and over and over and over and over, but this is not meant for cheating. But you fire it just once. So you get an IC, a cheap IC in a place where, I figured I looked up and they already had a Mercedes factory or whatever, but just expanded production. It's like, okay, well, Mercedes is going to expand its production to meet Army needs for whether it's these 3-axle or more standard 4-axle staff cars are going to expand production. And I also, for the standard HQs, the ones where you go, detach and then, create HQs minorly, not a full movement point, but just a percentage of a movement point. Forget what it was, like a third of a movement point or something like that. So the standard HQ unit here, not the special ones. That doesn't affect the special ones, just affects the standard ones. Will move a little faster, just generically. So that's sort of cheaper. So it's, again, not a huge. You get not even full motorization or anything like you would find on a motorized HQ here. because we can see here, well, it's the way this thing is because of this movement, it does it, but max speed 6. What is one of these max speeds? Max speed, well, it's the same, I guess. Okay. But I guess it is the same. But, you know, slightly faster. And an IC. But there is a cost to this that's there. And so I looked at that as a realistic, what if they Mercedes expand its production of staff cars. And I put that into the game. And so this is what I've done with a lot of events, sort of organically and not necessarily methodically planned out, that you get stuff sometimes for the less cost, because sometimes it's, captured weapons, so, and they form divisions with capture or units, not, like the Schutzmannschaft, a bunch of Schutzmannschaft events, which are sort of paramilitary police type units, meaning guys armed with rifles and machine guns, but not artillery and anti-tank guns. And so they're, I think they're fascist militia or something like that. And they're all over the Eastern Front areas, they're units. And they happen cheaper than building a militia unit. Why? Because they were armed primarily with captured Soviet equipment, rifles, machine guns, like I was saying. And so... And now a lot of them start with manpower less than full. You get like half manpower, a quarter manpower, because the battalions were under strength. But those are the starting element is free manpower, because it's, again, local volunteers. Now a lot of these people end up, as everything is collapsing, getting transferred into some Waffen-SS Eastern Front unit that then goes into battle and dies 3 hours later. But they're sort of internal security troops. So you get them not for free, like I'm saying, but you get them super cheap or nearly free, and then you can use your own manpower if you want to, because you could also turn off reinforcing if you want to keep them at weaker things, but it's sort of deals with the manpower situation of rear area stuff. And so I give, and I don't know exactly what the cost, but it's either free or minimal for these militia units. And if you can then take these militia units and turn them into SS infantry units by sending them back through the production queue and getting them out on the other side. Did I save this? I want to save this here, because we're going to come back and restart. I'm done with this. Thank you, Arno. And so the zero sum, should Hearts of Iron be a zero sum game, meaning if you're going to put a Panzer division on the map, should it cost equally to building a Panzer division through the production queue? Should adding an IC on the map cost the same amount of adding an IC this way? Hey, Beam Slam. Hope you don't have Paulus. Actually, Paulus is heading north. Where is Paulus? No, not there. He's around here somewhere. Army Group Nord, Von Klug. Yeah, there's Paulus. He's an Army Group North. There he is, right there. Trying to not have Paulus get trapped down here. Paulus, I don't think he was a bad commander. I'm not saying he was some great commander or anything like that. So don't start quoting problems to me of him, but I think the failure of Stalingrad wasn't his fault. I think there's a lot of other faults going on for Stalingrad's failure. Hey, Yog Dog. Well, we're pushing in, going pretty good. Caucasus. Just talking mod design and game design here. My thoughts on it. So I look at a game like this that I want to deal with realistic, I keep saying this, what ifs. And so I add, and we're dealing with the problem that Oh My God went in and gave a lot of costs to upgrading divisions. One of them was taking a early war armored division, like the first armored division, don't know where it is here, and so you have that. Let's say like the first armored division or something. You have or the third or the fourth, or it doesn't matter, but you have it, and it's originally out here with 2 battalions of light tanks, and so there's an event, or had been an event, to reorganize it that had super low costs, and you would get back a division, partially formed, partially going through. And I probably, there's probably more cost because it was going through the production queue, but whatever. And you're getting back a division with medium armor. But as even the notes for it said, the reorganization was taking away one of the panzer regiments and reorganizing the division, basically going from a really more of a battalion here, though this is really more of a regiment here, a battalion, adding more motorized infantry and reducing the amount of panzers. And I'm sure I got some of the details wrong in what I posted, but doing that, okay, so there's a cost, very little cost there. So you're actually losing, and they're probably upgrading some of the tanks too, but losing a panzer regiment. And then there was costs taking a infantry division, adding that panzer regiment from the other division, and motorizing the rest. Creating another panzer division, reorganizing it, and it's different. It's a different reorganization than simply just adding a panzer regiment, because you're actually reducing infantry regiments, probably sending off an infantry regiment to serve in some other division, or at least its manpower, and getting rid of a division or regiment. And so this is a reorganization. It is not, and should you be able to do this endlessly? No, because, for little or no cost. There's a limited amount of what you should be able to do with these type of things. But you should be able to do some of these upgrades for, I think the problem is that historical divisions are measured by percentages. Absolutely, there's definitely... Yeah, Arno's like flying things with feathers. Yeah, OMG, oh my God. So, what are your guys' thoughts on it on chat, or you can post? Let's see. I got to go soon. Sure, no problem, Exurgent. So what are your thoughts? Are you probably mostly in agreement with me about upgrading divisions and whatnot, as well as event given ICs? How much is this unbalancing the game too much? Toothache. Ambisol works really well. Get Ambisol if you haven't. You can just put it right on your tooth or gum right there, and it will deaden it. Won't solve any problems. Not giving you a dentistry of how to solve the problem, but until you get a dentist looking at it, if you can get wherever you are, it's called Ambisol. It's sort of a topical anesthetic or whatever, make you don't feel pain. It's a question like you as a philosophy. Yeah. So just saying, it really does work. So I don't know where you are and if they have that in your local drugstores, or chemists, as they say in Britain or wherever. But that is a good thing, and it works very fast. And it may very well be a lidocaine type product. I don't know. It's just the particular one. Hello, Kodiak. How you doing? So I don't know. That's sort of my design philosophy on adding stuff. And yes, it unbalances. Yeah, that's very true, Exergent, limiting what you want to do. But see, I'm looking at it as a game designer. And because you don't have to take any of the upgrade events. You don't have to do that. There should be options to go, nope, don't want them, nope, don't want them. And so that isn't necessarily limiting what you want to do, because this is different than like the IC cap. This is event-based bonuses. They may have costs to them, but event-based bonuses to a particular nation, particularly Germany. And Mr. Gamer, just Gamer. To the game, and I don't know where the line should be. Should it just be, you don't want to you get chess, one side several extra pieces or takes pieces away, unless you're trying to handicap yourself or something, take pieces away from a player. This isn't meant to be a game that is balanced, as in fair, allies versus axis. Is it fair? No, it's, as I look at it, again, is it historically plausible? Because we've already gone into the what ifs of this whole thing. The whole point of H is you can play the war the way in which I want. Yes, yes. Yeah, that's, yeah, you're not forced. Now, see, that, and what your statement to a point, Exergent, is what a lot of people say is why they liked Hearts of Iron 4 much better than Hearts of Iron 3. Well, hey, as Germany, I can ally with Britain and we can go beat up on those dirty Frenchmen. They like that better. Because you can bring the Kaiser back and then or you can have the fascists take over in Britain, and you can have a German British alliance to beat up on the damn, Romance language peoples, the French, the Italians, the Spaniards, and yay. Well, see, that's going too far. But if you're going strategy, well, I want to do a Mediterranean first strategy before having to go into the Soviet Union, then I'm with you 100% because that's what I'm playing. So it's, it's not like I am not interested in what if Germany decided just to conquer Italy because Italy's pathetic and is not helpful in the war. Well, that's not a game I'm interested in. And so this is what I'm trying to get from people is, where do you draw these lines, and what do you guys think? Events are flavor. Yeah, the events are flavor. Panzer Heinz is better. Who knows about this? Yeah, Panzer Heinz is good. Yeah, I get your point, but everyone is different. Yeah, and this is the type of game there should be no line. Well, I think there should be some levels of lines. And this is what I sort of, as a developer, as a modder developer, try to struggle with. I don't want to make Germany overpowered beyond what I think they could have been in World War II. But we can look at, and a lot of this goes back, and I know it is self-serving justification and self-serving aggrandizement, but I have to go back to Albert Speer's memoirs. Memoirs are, some are more historically correct than others, but because some people, make diaries through their life and then go back and look at those diaries and then go look up a lot of historical facts and archives and then write their memoirs based upon that. Other people just sit in a room and, think about the past and write it up. I don't know when Speer was writing a lot of his memoirs in prison, how much archival material, if any, he had access to, and I don't know how much. But I have to go back to Speer's book, and he talks a lot about the conflicts within Germany and production and the Speer miracle. Now, I've very much over time come to the idea that Speer wasn't some genius, but Speer was just able to rationalize the system that was in Germany already, make it better organized. And he had the power, being close to Hitler, to force many of his positions through the obstructionism within the system. And so there's this Speer production miracle. Well, I look at it, instead of trying to do a Speer production miracle in 36, 37, 38, but what if you just do things a little better? 20% better. Something, a realistic number or something, and then how would the war play out? So you'll have more of this or more of that. Is your historically plausible? Yes, but the question you need to ask yourself regarding balance is, do you want to make a game more difficult or easier to play? I personally want more difficult. Yes, the difficulty. What I am hoping to do, and we'll see how it works out just in practical sense, of playing a campaign once I get all of current TRE and the other sort of mods functioning, not like done, but just the next big batch. I want to play a multiplayer game, and so the difficulty will be based mostly on the skill of the players. See, I have played on harder difficulty levels, but I'm not looking for, do I have a good enough challenge in invading the Soviet Union? And should we give either more production to the Soviets so they have more tank divisions, or should I give bonuses to the Soviet armed forces to make them stronger? I don't like that kind. I will play those sometimes, and I have, and I'll probably play them in the future. But those are not the difficulties I like, and those are what the difficulties are in Hearts of Iron. Is that you're either hindering your side or you're buffing the other side. So I don't like those. I like the difficulties based upon skill of the opponent difficulties, and so I'm hoping a human player one will be the difficulty challenge. No historical division added. You should be in charge of the amount of it would take to build the production window. Great events should just be charged supplies and resources. Okay, Vincent, that's sort of, yeah. And I actually like Omegad's system for when he's putting entirely new units onto the map. It's actually a good system. Okay, I'm not complaining about new units. I'm complaining particularly here about upgrading units or increasing production facilities. As a mod, it was by definition fit in those lines. I guess I'm just saying that if an event fires and costs me too much for a unit, I don't want it. Yeah, mainly because I already build a large enough army. Absolutely exurgent. Thank you, Arna. You consider multiplayer where two people both play as Germany against other people. In theory, I would. I don't know. Okay. Again, like I say, I want to make a grand series. I wish I would have started it a year ago or something, but it just 10.3.3 was just a god awful mess of instability. Just 10.3 something. Just we have a lot more stability. It's not perfect. I don't know how stable it is. My understanding, again, I've only played this briefly with one other person, just as testing things out. The more players you stick onto a game like this, the more unstable it becomes. Okay, that's my understanding. So I'm hoping 6 players will not be too unstable. So that would be, as I see it, Germany, Italy, Japan versus Britain, Soviet Union, America as human players. All the rest would be AI. I would love to have a Hungarian player and a Romanian player and 2 German players, one to sort of manage the Eastern Front and the other to manage the rest or something like that. And the US player, again, could be 2, one to manage the United States, in the greater European theater, and the other to manage the US versus Japan. Yeah, but I think 12, 14 people were overdoing it. And I think it's just too much of a bonus to have 2 humans playing against the AI, or primarily the AI. The idea of 2 humans playing Germany, but a human Britain and a human Soviet Union kind of thing would be overwhelming, I think. Well, I also think the time these effects last are a bit ridiculous. Yeah, just to tell you, some of the stuff, and maybe I shouldn't have, some of the events, but some of them I know I should, like some of the Becker upgrade events where Major Becker, or whatever his rank was dealing with the 227th Infantry Division going, oh, here's tanks for you, because I found them in this French warehouse. Oh, here's some trucks that are French Army trucks. Now you're motorized. Oh, here's some tank destroyers. So I took some really crappy French tanks, and had some steel sent out from steel armor, just plate sent out, and we welded together, tank destroyers and mounted our already existing anti-tank guns that we had in the division. Instead of towing them behind a truck, we now mounted it on this tank. So some of that should be basically free. A lot of the others, I've reduced either the number of days or the IC costs. So for the upgrade stuff. And so I've reduced a lot of it. And some of the original developers put nice, like I was just saying, little handy notes that say, the 4th Panzer, and I think it's the 4th because I was just looking at it earlier before starting the stream here. The 4th Panzer Division was reorganized by removing one of the Panzer regiments. And I know that when they did that, they went like from 2 infantry battalions to 3, or is it 4? I forget some of the details. But they added more infantry battalions, and they removed a Panzer regiment. But I think they took, I think they removed 1 Panzer regiment, but gave the 1 Panzer regiment remaining in more Panzers, an additional battalion. So going like from 4 to 3 battalions, and then moving the remainder of the regiment over. So it's not, and they may have gotten some newer tanks too. So you're getting some newer stuff, blah, blah, blah. But just reorganizing it. And then I think it was the 14th Infantry Division. No, it's some other. I think it's some other infantry. I don't know. Some infantry division gets the Panzer regiment that's moved over to and reorganized into Panzer Division organization, which means fewer infantry regiments, and it's getting some of the personnel from some of the Panzer personnel from the other unit. Probably some new personnel shifted it into trained Panzer tankers. Probably sending out so it's a remix of stuff. And yeah, they probably sent out new trucks to the infantry division. I say probably because I do know the Germans were confiscating from Germany trucks for the military. They were often would be calling requisitioning. So they had civilian trucks that may be the same model, or similar models that are already used in the Army, and they're going, oh, hey, yeah, this delivery company, trucking, yeah, we're taking half your trucks. And we're going to paint them field gray, and they're going to belong to this other division. I know that happened. I also know that sometimes it's military equipment that they're capturing, and sometimes it's purely civilian equipment that they're just taking, including like city buses. Oh, yeah, because you'll find French city buses pictured in the Soviet Union that some German division is using. They have a divisional symbol, I don't know, like the 43rd Infantry Division or something painted on the fender that they captured in France. And they took, used them as, whether, it's still an infantry division, but maybe using them as, wounded evacuation, sort of hospital evacuation buses or whatever it is, personnel transport around in the Eastern Front, a bus. I do know from reading, Germans, if you weren't, Goering or somebody super high, were not allowing personnel to just do a lot of plundering of things for personal uses. I remember reading about a German officer stationed in Paris briefly for a while, after taking it. And the owner actually sort of said, yeah, you can stay at my place, but he was like living in Switzerland, I think, or somewhere. You stay in my home. And he had a really nice, reasonably nice car in there. And the guy and some of his buddies decide to borrow the car and drive it back to Germany for a vacation, show it off, and then drive it back. But they talk about being very careful with it and bringing it back and put it in the garage. So they don't steal it. I mean, it's just literally borrowing it. And, it's sort of are we going to get in trouble for this? No, I don't think. He said we can use his apartment. He didn't say anything about the car. And they just literally borrow the car to drive back to Germany for, a few days and whatnot, and then he comes back, and so they don't steal a car. But I know that they were requisitioning, shall we say, stealing civilian cars, civilian trucks, civilian buses. I do not know the scale of it, meaning, did they plunder all of the buses in France? I don't think so. Did they plunder, because now eventually, they get on such fuel rationing, city buses stop running, taxis stop running. Or mostly, and maybe not entirely, but a lot of them stop running. And it depends on what stage in the war and how short the fuel is. So they're definitely requisitioning French vehicles, but they're also requisitioning German, corporate-owned or whatever vehicle. Now, I don't know what the scale is of that, because I know a lot of Gauleiters protected their GAUs and the companies within their GAUs, but I also know that there was some level of, we need these trucks for the Army, and they took them. Is that most of the trucks? Some of the trucks? A few of the trucks? I don't have good records on that. So motorization of some of these units, don't know. How many people do you have? How many people? Oh, are we talking about the finches? How many he has? I don't know. Arno got some finches, and he's now a happy bird owner. So so obviously Germany didn't motorize most of their army. Most of their army was horse-drawn. So at what level? And this is hard for me as a, what do I, how do we do this? Is it all new trucks from factories? So motorizing an infantry division should cost, I don't know, half as much as a new motorized infantry division, because you already have all the rifles and the machine guns and the artillery pieces. You're just adding the trucks and the Kubel wagons. Or is motorizing a particular infantry division free because it's used already existing trucks that were going to be idled anyways because they didn't have the gas, the civilians didn't have the gas for them. civilian companies and rationing, and maybe a local delivery company. Well, yeah, we're not going to have the new tires. Civilians are not going to have new tires for those trucks. And the civilian company, you're only going to get fuel to run half of those trucks for, delivery bakery bread from the, sort of factory bakery in town to all the little selling points there. So yeah, you're going to have to make do with half the number of delivery trucks. And we're going to take those trucks into the Army. Now, those trucks into the Army may not be put onto the front lines. They may be used by the Luftwaffe to, move supplies from the railways to the air bases, the bombs or the fuel or, whatever, motorization in and around the Army. But that's just motorization levels going up, which frees up trucks that would have to be new production to do that a little more off-road trucks or whatever instead of city trucks that we can send to the front. So I don't know. I'm trying to strike a balance between the differing viewpoints. And so that's just, I guess, my getting this off my chest. And I'm probably getting some of the details and the upgrading and whatnot wrong. But I don't know. Well, I guess this is it for upgrade talk. And so we're going to end the episode, not the live stream, but next episode we will be back to playing more East Front Conquest. So thanks, everyone. Again, those of you watching this later, please post your comments. And maybe I'm all wrong, and tell me why. And I'll listen. Doesn't mean I'll agree, but I'll listen to tell me, why I'm all wrong. Because I know I'm not right on everything. So, but love to hear your feedback. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to get a Coke and be right back. And I think I'm going to get out and restart this. So we're going to do that while I go grab a Coke. So yes, your screen will be black, is black. But I am restarting. I'm going to get another Coke. Soon you'll have pretty black ice pictures on your screen. Well, your site is now back, I hope, Slam. Well, I'm really proud of what I'm doing with Third Reich events. I really want to play Revolver's Held upgraded, updated GGA to see what he's done. I really like a lot of what he's done. All these saves in one day. Yeah, we're not getting through that. So it just, I still think it's one of the best games out there. In my opinion, and yes, we're arguing over details here of Black Ice and Third Reich events and what it should be and whatnot, most assuredly. It's not 100% right. I know I'm not 100% right. I'm just making, wild ass guesses maybe, but based on my knowledge of World War II. Whether that's good knowledge or bad knowledge, I don't know, but it's my knowledge of World War II. Making stuff based on it is still the best grand strategy game out there. Better than Hearts of Iron 4. Black Ice with all the sub mods. And that's a hell of a thing, I think. So yeah, I myself. Okay, let's head you towards Rostov. Really like what is happening here with this game. Yeah, I know just because it was hosting Colonial Rebels playing of Black Ice. The last time I played Black Ice as Germany, Hearts of Iron 4 Black Ice, the Soviet Union was basically uninvadable, in my opinion. And I don't know if that's been corrected. I have not been following it. And it gets back to, do you want to make the game easier or harder to play? Okay. Well, I want to try to make a game that represents historical realities, like the idea that when you first attack the Soviet Union, the Soviet soldiers get a debuff, making them weaker because they were in shock, and they were their command structure was just crippled because of commissars and the fear of their leaders for doing the wrong thing, whether it's retreating or not retreating. So they had very, very poor leadership. And so because of the bad combat AI, I want to specify, the bad combat AI in Hearts of Iron 4, and similarly they do this in Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice 2, but not to as great a degree, in my opinion. They give benefits to make, Germany's too easy to defeat the Soviet Union, we need to make it harder to make it more realistic, but we're doing so by making it harder, not by making it smarter. And so I don't like that. It's, instead of a more immersion, more historical detail, they're making a difficulty mod, and which they're allowed to do. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that's not the thing I want to do. So yeah, that's my meltdown video. And now maybe they've corrected the stuff, and they, because again, and I'm, that whole meltdown, the effects that I was seeing here, and they were telling me, oh, well, you need to plan better and do your divisions better. You're sort of playing it like standard Hoi 4, or you're just, grabbing a big chunk and attacking and whatever. Yeah. But the effects that they were having here, I agreed that if I was, pushing past Moscow and all the supply difficulties and all the other real world problems, yeah, okay, I would, deep Soviet Union, difficulty adding to whatever. Yeah, I'm there with you guys. Now, whether I think it should be a 10% added difficulty and they think it should be a 20% or whatever, I don't know. We could argue about details, but in concept, I'm with you. But they were giving it to me here, and I just melted down over it. And so I haven't really gone back to them since that. Turn this into another meltdown. Well, this is live stream, not even a recorded thing. So yeah, now I can melt down over this. Now this is a problem of Hoi 3, not really Black Ice, but because I'm cranking out the supplies. I mean, we just need, because I just restarted, it's lower, but I'm cranking out the supplies. So yeah, that's the reason I'm not playing Black Ice so much, Hoi 4, is because of that. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's start another episode. Welcome back, fellow Armchair Generals. This is Gamer1745 with my actual continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41, the invading of the Soviet Union. We're colloquially calling Barbarossa, though this plan actually looks nothing like Barbarossa, especially with the Caucasus front. Now, we, as well as an Iranian front. So, yeah. How are we doing up here? Oh, we're not getting enough supplies. Ouch. Maybe we'll get more masks quickly enough, and then we can bring supplies in via the ocean. Okay, let's... I see. Yes, sure, Plunkett. Yes, okay. We want to stop that. Yes. Now we want to come over to some of these other tactical capabilities and look and see which one. Division headquarters, delay between attacks 2 hours. That's super good. Radio breakthrough +1. Morale mostly. Oh, masterful breakthrough and attack movement. No, we'll do this first. Okay. Okay, let's see here. We've won here. We're pushing good. Okay, so we've gotten into here. They're pushing that way. We will attack and pin them there. We're invading here, which is just going to mainly be taking that harbor. You attack those fleeing troops there. Where? Oh, here. Okay. So they stopped pushing across there. So the units with good organization, including Von Kleist headquarters, we will go forward with. We've won this battle. Good. Here. Now that these guys are pushing here and here, let's add you to support that attack, go from the defense to offense or somewhat offense. And we've won here. Okay. Major defeat. Okay, we're pushing them. We've won here. Good. Bow division is shattered. Probably in the attack. I really don't like that these divisions shatter in the attack. They should just lose organization before shattering. Yes, there is. Kodiak. Hey, Arno, can you post? Can you generate? Can you go into Discord? I know right now it could crash the game for me. Arno, and go into Discord and generate a fresh invite link to the Discord and post it for in the Twitch chat and maybe also in the YouTube. Please, thank you very much, Arno. He's a great moderator. So that people, and you can maybe find opponents. It depends on the game. You know, definitely for players to play like or War Thunder, or maybe find Hearts of Iron opponents. And then sometimes we just get on and play and chat and whatever, hang out. So yeah, we do that kind of stuff on Discord if you are at all interested. Okay, well, yeah, now Arno handles the Facebook account and he posts over there. I do have some of the stuff for myself, but quite honestly, I don't look there much. Not zero, but it's just not And just sort of how many more social media type things I do, and I should be on there more just for brand. Another division shattered and province lost. Uh-oh. Okay, they're retreating. You attack here. You come down here instead. Okay, you come through Minsk because I don't want you to. Okay, yeah, that should have been the right thing. We have a division here that, yeah, we're counterattacking. That is not good. So, yeah, don't expect too much. Not saying, you know, I do nothing there on Facebook, but don't expect too much. Meaning if you send me a message there, I may not see it or whatever. So, and thank you, Arno, for handling all that Facebook stuff. It really does help. Helps so much. Okay, I'm just wondering about. Well, is there any more? Not really. How are we doing here? Okay. They're hitting us with a... We're going to collapse. Support that attack. Hey, Ragnar. Where is Russian counterattack? Oh, they're already doing it. Yes, Chief of Staff. That's a good term for Arno. Chief of Staff. Well, there's a lot of Russian counterattacking. They're counterattacking in a lot of places. We're also keeping them off balance in a lot of places. Okay, they're going to move into there eventually. They've blocked that. Why are you still... Oh, you're... Okay, now you can move. You move up here. You support that attack. What am I attacking against? Yeah, okay, yeah, we're gonna stop that attack. Yeah, it's not really a major defeat. Okay, let's shift some ICs more over to reinforcements. See, we're having a positive production. This is just weird problems with not AI so much, but just game management. Okay, you push into there. You come this way. Hit there. You're pushing up here. 19 hours until you can attack. You attack north into there, and you attack north into here to try to overrun. Keep moving. Okay, where you attack there. And you just well, you're here. You get moving into this kind of path there, and you come to here. This is a counterattack here that is not being helpful on the Soviets. Okay, well now that you're across the river here, sort of close this pocket up. If you're going to play the way I'm playing, you really have to work to keep the Soviets off balance, because otherwise we'll just see them get organized and push in like here. I did not have enough troops coming here effectively to keep the Soviet player off balance. Let's add you to that fight there. Add you there. So not that we're necessarily going to lose that, but you know, the division, because we may very well advance into here and end up pushing together. Well, let's. Oh, you're still moving to there. I see Russians are trying to envelop down Wave 4 AI. That release was very proficient with envelopment, salience, and counterattacks. Then they broke it. Yeah. Okay, I was going to say delusions of competency, but let's go delusions of grandeur, because probably the actual, whether it's Hearts of Iron 3 or Hearts of Iron 4 combat AI, is actually pretty good if we take the realities of programming and the realities of what they're trying to do, an hourly based game, because this is actually a turn-based game, but it's done on the hour. Up here, not by the day, not by the week. It's sort of initiative, turn-based, hour. Doing all that is probably actually reasonably good, but it's obviously not nearly as good as a human, obviously. Paradox seems to do pretty well when you have big Doomstack armies, moving them around a board, or world or whatever, like in EU or Crusader Kings. They get their armies, they march into a province, it then forms up and battles another army, blah, blah, blah. You played those games. They do that reasonably well. They don't really do this kind of stuff well, either in the, well, maybe not so bad on the actual tactical level, counterattacking within here, but on the sort of grand strategic level, they do very poorly. And in my discussions, in sort of open forum, just because I've also had other discussions, they tell me that, well, we want a good dynamic AI. I think they use the term dynamic AI. That's going to give players a challenge, because and I was saying, well, why don't you script the defenses of nations or the attacks of nations? Script them. And it's not like a hard-coded scripting, like division name X, YZ is going to attack from this province to this province, a detailed, script, but a general sort of scripting priority, like Warplan does, because I've talked to the developer who also does the AI for Warplan. Al, I know Al. I've talked to him, cut on Discord and chatted with him a few times. So I know Al. And so he's scripting his AI for his game. He's only so far done theater grand strategy, meaning Europe and now Pacific, and is going to be or already started working on global for his game. Now his is every 2 weeks, turn, your turn, I go, you go kind of turn situation. So it's not nearly as complicated. He does scripting. Well, the Hoi 4 people told me, the dev team, well, the player will just learn what the script is, and then they'll be able to defeat it. Well, that's presuming that you're able to write a dynamic AI script that is challenging to the player. See, that's the point, is maybe this is actually truly a good AI. It's just hard to do, meaning there isn't somebody doing better out there when it comes to the bottom line is much better in the battle and AI department. Yes, Beam Slam, I would agree with that. But they've built things and broke things, meaning like the invasions. They had suicide invasions, and then we got to get rid of suicide invasions, and then the AI doesn't naval invasions, suicide naval invasions. And then goes to now that basically the AI doesn't do naval invasions, though the Black Ice people did some testing. They found out if you have marine units and enough of them, the AI will start to do naval invasions again. So they are giving nations like Britain and the United States more marine units, just so that they will hopefully responsibly do more AI developed naval invasions. And I've looked at some of their coding, and I think DSafe is doing a very good job at giving Britain more than it had historically, marine divisions, but not being wacky about it. So the idea is that the AI will have 4 or 6 or whatever marine divisions, and just, decide to invade in Norway. We got these guys here. Let's send them up to deal with the partisans. Oh, you're okay. There we go. Just do its own invasion of Norway, and then once it does that, then gets a port, follows up with moving in some regular infantry and armored divisions, and reconquer Norway on its own sort of merits, not scripted. So they should do scripted invasion, scripted defenses. And my whole point is that they should do scripted and then create a sort of, WYSIWYG, what you get kind of editor for the scripts, so that it would be a lot of players to quickly become sort of modders and create, defense plan, A, Z, A through Z for France, and then have the different defense plans have a percentage of likely to, be used. Some highly likely, some rarely. Like, we're going to move all our units back just into Paris. Okay, that has like a 1% happening of chance, or that's obviously being stupid, but having stuff that could rarely be done, and then the AI sort of randomly picks what it thinks a defense plan is, and so long as it meets the categories of how to defend it, and then once we can no longer hold, or the Maginot's being turned, let's then shift forces here, have Germany occupies these 2 hexes. Well, then no more than 2 divisions per hex along per province along the Maginot Line. Everything else moves, to here, or not to here because it's already too late, but moves to here, or, have scripted, planned out reactions to certain things. And the dev team can make, some really good ones for some of the historical defend France and attack France, because if you're playing as France, you want Germany to attack France, and then but have a WYSIWYG that then various other people can come up with various plans to attack France as Germany. And if you're playing whether it's France or as Britain or something else, the AI would pick plan Able, plan Baker, plan whatever on a percentage basis of likelihood. or something, however it does. So you as a player don't know, and you could then go in and add in user-made plans, but you don't know which one they'll pick this time. That was my suggestion to Hoi 4 people. They got, no, we want a good dynamic AI that will challenge the player. And they can't deliver that because it's hard to do. I think the ultimate answer, it's hard to do, and either they don't have the talent to program it in the company, or, and I think they do have some talented AI programmers, or they've just not given them the job of fixing the AI for Hoi 4. They're doing the AI for Stellaris or something else, and they're doing other things, and they're not really focusing on it. They scripted UK to garrison UK only after a certain date to force it to use its troops against Germany and Italy, and the players totally massacred UK by early para invasions. Yeah, of course, you can do it. Well, I really don't know. Hello, mister. I really don't know much about Victoria 3. I've only looked at a couple of dev diaries. I have low expectations of new Paradox games now because of things like Imperator Rome, Hoi 4 being really bad at release. So I have not played, but I gather the okay, you need to come around here, and so do you. That you've now dealt with those units. I've not played Crusader Kings 3. I gather it's doing quite well. People are liking it. It's time, money, effort, whatever. I've just not been keeping up with some of the newer games from Paradox and following what's been planned. Sorry. I have played it, but I barely played Victoria 2. It's just too many things. Today, it sounds like a no-go in a game with its complexity, I would think. Too many variables. Well, okay. Now, I'm not a programmer. I mean, yeah, I do programming, but I'm not a programmer, meaning I'm a monkey see, monkey do, find an example of an event that sort of does what I want it to do, and find an example of another event that sort of does what I want to do, and combine the coding and whatever to a totally new event. I'm not just stealing somebody's work, but I'm not creating something new, in event styles. I dig through other people's stuff to find out, well, how did they do that? Oh, that's how they did that. Okay, and then I, sort of copy paste and then rechange, the coding to the year, date, place, location. So I'm not really a programmer. But you should be able to go script something like Maginot Line. Well, let me save this just in case here because I don't want to lose. I'm starting to talk too much. Unscripted events here. Is you go, okay, you can, and this is something that here's a problem with Hoi 4 and Hoi 3. France feels no threat from Belgium, so it puts no units on the Belgian border. Okay. Now, of course, historically, they didn't think they were going to be attacked through the Ardennes, but they had a bunch of French units here ready to rush into Belgium to defend Belgium. Right? Okay. So that's what happened historically. It had a reserve. The French reserve was back here, and it gets rushed into Belgium to hold Belgium. Well, the AI sees threat along, the Maginot/West Wall threat. So it stacks all of its forces along here. Okay, because this is where it sees the threat. Now, it doesn't see the possible future threat of coming through Belgium, presuming the Belgians are going to be peaceful and Germany isn't going to violate Belgian neutrality, the AI is thinking. the way it's programmed. Okay, well, if you can't program an AI that can foresee that you can tell it or whatever, that can foresee that, hey, this nation may be attacked and comes through it. If you can't, teach or, have an AI realize, oh, well, hey, yeah, the player can declare war on other nations and then come through that territory. So I may have to defend, even though I'm not afraid of Belgium, I'm still afraid of Germany coming through Belgium. If you can't dynamically teach them that, and they can't so far, thank you, Arna, they can't teach them that. So what do you need to do for a scripted AI? Okay, you need to tell it, this is a fortified wall here. Do not put any armored divisions along this fortified wall here. Now, maybe unless you're actually planning an offensive into German territory. But as a defensive line, do not put a single armored division here. So script, this section, no division with armor, or whatever and you can create flags that you attach to certain divisions. So maybe an infantry division with one armored battalion doesn't meet the terms of armored division, but if you have, because that's the French did sort of parcel out a lot of company strength armor around to regular divisions. But if you're having an actual armored division, it does not get put in the Maginot Line. It can be one province behind the Maginot Line, but never in the Maginot Line. And you may script it to say no more than 3 proper infantry divisions in any one Maginot Line hex. Or saying hex or province, sorry. Doesn't matter, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so max 3 divisions. No, never anything more than 3 divisions. If one division is forced to retreat, you may have reserve divisions, if you have extra infantry divisions stacked up behind it, that will then go in and fill the gap. Okay, so one division has to retreat. Okay, well, we'll send in one division, but we're never going to have more than 3 in here. You can just script it. Now, you can also say this province here, because it can be attacked from multiple ones, this one can have 4. But these other ones can only have 3, or this one can have 5, or whatever. You script it out to say, and like we've already stated, no armored divisions. Maybe no cavalry divisions, if that exists for them. Not just cavalry attached to another division, but no cavalry divisions. And we're going to prefer to have infantry divisions here. Not Marine Corps, but maybe Marine Corps if we need it. Not colonial divisions, but maybe if we need it. But never armor, but primarily infantry. And we're also going to script, is province, because this is, originally a French province here. Is province, this was originally French here. This was originally French, sorry. Is province mountain division? Well, or is province mountainous? Well, it's on the border. So why don't we script it to say what you should probably primarily do is put a mountain division in a mountain province, not in a plains province, So, and if we don't have any mountains to put them in, well, let's put a mountain division in a hills instead of in a plains province. Script that. But we could just say, max 3 divisions, no armor. Go, if you have, then extra divisions, and then, a certain script in a certain amount of reserve to be maintained here. And then try to do a line along the, script a line along the Belgian border. And then script in something that says like, well, if Germany can occupy Sudan, and if it occupies Sudan, you then start sending your reserve divisions to create a line back here. Now, of course, the divisions that are already here, they may try to counterattack, but you start, your reserve divisions. And if this province and this province, or either one of them, is now occupied by Germans, any divisions over 2 You know, so if you had 3 or more, you know, because like you said, something. Any divisions over 2 along the Maginot Line, you start moving one of the any divisions over that from that layer. You start creating a line back here in France. Okay, you can script these things that you know and you could try to do it, or that you know you can sort of how I'm trying to explain to do it, that you go, okay, well, once this is breached, not just that you're trying to either cut it off or counterattack it, which the force is, but you go, yeah, we're not doing this. And you go, okay, well, at some point, whether Italy, you know, the high threat value Italy, so we're keeping French divisions along Italy. Is Italy at war, and is Paris under threat? Well, Italy is not at war with us, and Paris is under threat because they've, you know, gotten to Compiègne or whatever here, or gotten to Arras and Quintus and whatever. Okay, so now we go max 1 division along the Italian border, preferred if it's a mountain province, preferred mountain division, but max 1 division here. Send all rest of these divisions up to Paris. Now, maybe it's too late anyways, but at least you're trying. And you can script these kind of things out to happen, to have priorities. It's not a hard coding as in, you know, this division there or this tactic. And I'm not so much trying to say a tactical, like, well, if Sedan is held, you can only attack it from here and here. You can't just attack it from one. No, you have certain levels of dynamic to it, but you have priorities, and you script out a defense plan for France. And if you go, well, if 2 or more Maginot Line provinces held, you know, or you know, is conquered, breached through. And maybe you script it, well, you try to counterattack for 4 days or 6 days. And if that doesn't succeed in a victory, then all Maginot Line provinces are now going to be abandoned, and you're going to come back to the Moselle line or something like that. Or these, you know, so you can script in, you know, like fallback. Like if they breach here, okay, well, no point, you know, if you breach here and you breach here and you breach here, there's no, and you breach, you know, you breach here and you breach here, there's no point in trying to really hold these lines. So you're just creating a pocket. Fall back, fall back, fall back. And that's how, and then you tell it, not maybe just to fall back to where you can't, you know, don't be French about it, like, oh, well, we have a report that the German tanks are here. Okay, we'll send divisions to here. Well, by the time, you know, the division's coming from, you know, the Italian border, Germany's going to be way over here, you know, because they're going to keep moving. So scripted go, well, if Germany takes this province, take Italian divisions and move them, you know, plan to move them back to some defensive line, you know, the Loire River here or something like that, you know, plan to shift forces to a predetermined line, and then you rush everything you can. Now, they may get attacked in the rear, they may not be able to achieve the plan, but you give plans, and then if that plan fails, then you have plan, you know, plan B, plan C, plan D, you know, of a particular defense plan, fallback lines that you keep trying to do that kind of thing, and you set that up. And yeah, you can defeat my plans, but hell, we can defeat the French AI anyway. So it's, you know, I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Some sort of doctrine concept, but you know, you can do doctrine concepts like, you know, do you counterattack or not, you know, or whatever. That's sort of a doctrine kind of concept for sure. But also I'm looking at the idea of the maximum strengths, the minimum strengths, what do you do with extra stuff? Do you ever defend the Spanish border as France, or you know, not, or you know, all that kind of stuff. And you just do that. So that's how I foresaw Okay, they're about ready to collapse, so we'll send in the HQ unit with a cavalry regiment and an HQ unit with the motorized infantry battalion, and we will support it with an attack there. Okay, well, he won there. Good in the Black Sea. Right, well, we'll support that attack. And we've lost this province. Oh, thank you. So this, I don't know why. Is it because there was a German unit attacking? Why are these provinces... Is it just purely because the German unit is attacking here that this is turned over to Germany? I mean, this should be... Because I came out of Finnish territory, it should be Finnish. I'm going to lose this division now because Finland did not keep putting troops in here. And oh, shit. See, why don't you come up and help me here, dudes? You know, I've totally lost all of the Romanian army that wasn't granted to me. Now, yes, Romania did maintain I got all these units here that I've been waiting. Oh, we finally made it ashore here. For a while, this was only going at speed. No, you come back here. Rebase, you come to there. You move out there. You move, I think, also along here. You're a nice, sort of armored mountain division. No, we got them pushing. These were made for better invasion forces. And they have some liners still there. Okay, create supply convoy. We're going to come out of Paula, and we're going to go to Bantumi. So we're putting supplies right into there. And so if you scripted some stuff, I think you would have had a better result than what we have. Now maybe I'm all wrong. Maybe it would be too formulaic. Maybe what they have is currently is the best that is practically possible for current AI programming and current computer power, because you really have to understand how remarkable even Hearts of Iron 3 is compared to a lot of stuff that, and I know some of you watching either live or later play Slitherine games and go, hey, this is more accurate, more historically accurate, and this is more of a challenge. You know, Strategic Command or War Plan, games I both love, know the developers on, you know, both the games. They're, you know, like it is to say, this is technically, although it looks like it's real time, this is technically a turn base. There is initiatives, but it's an hourly turn base. It's not a daily, even let alone weekly, but it's like 2 weeks. Go by on a clock for one turn, you know, your side turn, and then 2 weeks, not 2 weeks in the same 2 weeks, but it's a different next 2 weeks, next turn. So going through, you know, an Axis and an allied turn in both War Plan and Strategic Command go through 1 month of war. And so the AI does its calculations, you know, several times through its AI turn. And then you see the clock run and it's doing its thing. Well, this is constantly doing its thing, and it's how much performance a computer can have till this day, you know, and not just programming levels. And I'm not a programmer. I know to a degree I'm talking out my ass. I do know that. But we're definitely looking at the idea that this, okay, finally you guys have taken this. Get moving. Get moving. Okay, you keep moving into there. But how much processing power, how much other capabilities that a computer needs to do to run a game like this is still rather remarkable. Well, they're still crushing a big pocket here, and there's more forces coming in, but good. Yes, beam slam. And so, you know, it doesn't want to, you know, I like Paradox development teams. I like a lot. I love a lot of their games. Don't want to just say like. I love a lot of their games. It doesn't mean I'm not going to complain about when I don't like something about it. Doesn't mean I could do better. You know, some of the stuff, yeah, I can do better. I make better events than they do. Now, I may take a lot more time than they do making the events, put a lot more love and care into it and whatnot. So some of the stuff, yes, I do better. Is that my ego talking? Sure, maybe. But people seem to like my event mods. Oh, another division shattered. Damn, it's these Jaeger divisions. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they're just going against too strong of a division. I think I just complained about Jaeger divisions. So these guys, we're going to take the pressure off of there. We're going to send them to there. Okay, we're going to use the more healthy one to attack, and the less healthy one, we're going to get it to go advance forward. You no longer need to stay there. So I will gladly accept that a lot of this stuff is maybe pretty good. I couldn't do any better. Well, we may get these shipped up, back up to Finland. Put you on trains in essence. Oh, good. Now we. Oh no, we're not yet across. Okay, we're almost there. Well, yeah. Well, you know, I still think this is the best. But one of the things I really love about Hearts of Iron 4 is the ability for both with allies, I think with allies, but definitely with minor allies or puppets of one status or another, you can request / demand forces. There is both part of the problem here is, and I don't know if we can see any on the map, but there are some of these are German forces actually that were given over to help Romania have a stronger army, which was historically some German units, not given to Romania, but sort of put in that theater, as well as there are Romanian forces that have been given over to Germany to sort of simulate the forces here. I really wish I had more control over some of these. I know, you know, okay, what I need to do here is allied objectives. And this is what you can do, and to some degree they pay attention to these. To some degree. Because we can give these as allied objectives. Now, I don't want them to overly do too much here because, yeah, they've sort of been, collapsing around here. But I would like them to, deal with some of this stuff here. Now, we're going to. They may eat a lot of our supplies and may mess things up. But let's see what we can do. We can come here. Romania. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we'll give this as a Romanian objective. Let's see. Let's give here as an Italian objective. And let's give here as a where is it? We're a Hungarian. These are not in alphabetical order. Objective. Let's see what the AI does with that. The reason I invaded Switzerland almost entirely was to stop the Italians from garrisoning the Swiss border. Whether we think France or Vichy France should be an Axis ally at this time is debatable historically. But we see they may not be great divisions, here. Let's see, there's like one light armored unit that we're seeing on top there, and semi-motorized. Yeah, they're not great divisions or anything like that, but okay, now here's 5 brigades of light armor sitting right here. We see 4 battalions of motorized infantry, which go to some degree with those light brigades. 4 regiments of armored engineers, 6 of artillery, 3 infantry regiments, 3 wagon units, so presumably 3 infantry divisions are sitting here. So there's a lot of stuff here. How many? 5 motorized divisions. So there's 8 divisions between armored of various types, but between armored and infantry divisions, there's 8 divisions sitting right here in Kogolan. Okay. Well, you don't want to put too much in Tunisia because they actually captured Tunisia from the French during the war with France. So this was an actual capture, not just a territory swap. And yeah, there's maybe and if you put too many divisions down here, you starve them, so if the AI just sends way too much here, between the ports, I don't know how much shipping Italy has right at this moment, but obviously it needs to ship, supplies in through these ports. And these ports, aren't great. Level 3, what is Mogadishu? Level 3, so, we're talking level 3 ports here. Level 1, you got Vichy France's here, level 3. So, it's not a lot of supply capability. So, yeah, they shouldn't have huge numbers of armies down here because that becomes a detriment. Well, Japan is not yet at war with the Soviets, so we can't give them a Stalingrad. But we will see. And I have definitely in the past seen like a lot of Romanian armies slowly move through here, and quite honestly, I'm testing this out again, but I have definitely seen a lot of useless armies moving around and eating my supplies and making things worse than well, somehow they're retreating to ships at sea, I guess. to the liners, because they were there. I don't know if they'll succeed in their withdrawal to the sea, but we've got Sevastopol. And so what we will now do is, well, let's readjust this. And to some degree, this definitely works. Well, let's see here. Okay, Paolo to Kretch. So we're currently sending supplies every day and fuel to Kretch through here, and I just don't think it's been enough time for the supplies get to Bentumi, get there. But let's go create a supply convoy. We can go again, Paula, to Sevastopol. Now, they will send supplies to Sevastopol like they are to Kretch, but I don't know how much supplies they're going to send on into the supply system through this method. Okay, here is Moscow. So we can see here where we are. Quite a ways. We're still not there. Arno. And yeah, on changing over, yeah, you can go in and try to edit the save game file. It's sort of complicated, but that's... I'm as much looking at how to make things work right as it is, as I am about just how could I modify. Oh, you're still... Oh, no, here. Yeah, you're still defending? Oh, I thought we won. The forces are under attack. Okay. Man, it's taking a long time for these guys to get... You counterattack that armor. And one there, you push up there. Okay, well, we've got back to here. They're being pushed, they're falling back. These guys are coming in here. Here, okay. What are we facing off against? A bunch of stuff. Okay, here we go. Now, we've seen now a launching of Romania. This is just because I did this to here. And we're seeing a launching of Hungary towards here. Now, what I also think I remember seeing, and please note my language, that if they take this, they'll stack up a big, huge forces. But then if I tell them to go to here, they'll actually sort of like go back home and then come back or something. It's been a long time since I've done this. And let's see, Italy. Okay, well, I haven't seen a movement by Italy yet that I could identify. So you can try this method here. Hopefully this will get these guys to come into here and here. I don't know. Oh, another Jaeger division. I think, well, I'm sure it is much dealing with that I'm sending these Jaeger divisions in these swamps against too good of units, and the swamps have too high of a value, maybe, of defensive abilities. Now that I'm into the game of remixing Black Ice to I don't know. I'm going to look at this, see if they up the supply, the defensiveness of swamps. I don't know that they have, but I just see some of this is just, and trust me, when I use words like seems like, it seems like swamps are harder to take than it is as I remember in the past. But maybe I'm just remembering the the good things and not the bad things. Yeah, that's an interesting way to do that, beam slam, and that to me is a very, I don't know how to say it, good way to play. Like what you're talking about, but that's just, I guess, either not the way I want to play or what I'm trying to design for. And look at it. It's because obviously it's a lot of micromanaging and takes a fair amount of talent to do what you're doing. Okay, I think we will come here and link up there, cutting off that supply unit. What do you? Oh, you got a good headquarters on you. Yeah, you'll join this attack here. You're pushing there. Okay, you keep coming up this way. You, once you get there, come in and attack there. Right. Yeah, no, it's a really good idea what you're talking about. For me, it's more of a, like I was just saying, you know, what do people want to do? And you know, one of the viewers here, and I really like his attitude about things, is Klaus, and he's the type of guy that goes through and makes sure all the divisions have like the historical names. Now these are, you know, some are, you know, event given, but non-event given stuff, he'll go in and rename them to the historical names. And then he will make sure the historical commander of the division is the one that's commanding that division. And then he'll make sure the order of battle, you know, is to the right, you know, corps, you know, the divisions are in the right corps for like starting Barbarossa, and make sure the corps are the right armies, and the armies are in the right army groups, and does all that stuff out. And that's wonderful, but I just don't have the detailed mind or desire to go in and where are we attacking with this guy? Okay, stop attacking for a little while. To go in and do all that manually and whatnot. Just a few conversion rules is needed. Yeah, just a few, I guess you meant, but yeah. And so, I think he does play War in the East too, as well. You know, not War in the East too as well. Use the language correctly. Yeah, no, it's that kind of mindset, and that's really cool. And I think it's really cool, and I like that kind of stuff. It's just my patience isn't there to actually play that kind of stuff. Now, you know, you got famous divisions like the, you know, Leibstandard or whatever, and I know it's Sepp Dietrich, so I put Sepp Dietrich in charge of it. And no, I don't know what army group it was in. We just lost this. Okay. Oh, he was down here somewhere. Oh, I think he was attacking up into here. And so yes, if you're expecting either out of a Let's Play or my regular playing to play like that, you'll be disappointed. Now when I try to make a mod, and if I'm going to, you know, go in and do some historical detail, okay, I think this guy may be heading up to deal with some of this other stuff, and these guys may be moving in there. Now, if you're talking hourly going doing this stuff, I don't dislike this at all. You know, the way I'm playing here, as opposed to drawing battle lines and watching it all play out. Okay, capital ship damage control has advanced. Is that here? Damage control. Okay, it's off. So we're going to come over to armored spearhead. That would be a good one. And so certain levels of micromanagement I really enjoy, and trust me, I do when I was playing on my own, play this a lot slower than I'm playing now. Okay, you support the attack. You support the attack. You get your ass moving. You get your ass moving too. Okay, let's look at terrain. Yeah, I think it's better to move you north. Make that a victory. Hey, IKB. Well, in a way, playing a game like this is about, for me, time consuming. I don't play to complete fast. I mean, obviously, when making these videos, and I know some people just want to see gameplay. Some people just want to hear me talk history, and so I try to keep a balance. And one of the things that takes a fair amount of time, of course, is talking all the history, and I hope it's fun and interesting to listen to. If it's not, then I'm doing something wrong. But and whatnot, and so yeah, it's all various balancing out. Okay, well, they're not in great shape, but what we're going to do is, because these guys are sort of being tied up by being counterattacked, we're going to attack into there, just mostly to get them to stop attacking some of these other provinces. Like that. Okay. Now you attack there. You stop it. Well, no, we'll wait to get that going. Okay. Yeah, you fell back into here. You come this way. We want you to come to there. Okay, at least he has some support there. Now you support that attack after he supported you before. Okay, finally Grossdeutschland is now in the battle. Actively. Okay, we just got Rostov. Okay. Okay, they're about ready to, the enemy is about ready to shatter, so we're doing pretty good pushing there. These guys are going to shatter on us, I think, / hope. And they're doing fine holding there, and they're behind the river, not even being attacked. Good. Again, these guys are probably going to shatter on us, or are shattering on us. It's a little heavier of an attack, but I think we'll be alright. I really don't want to have Iran in the war and then just simply collapse. And Iran is weak enough that I don't want to give it like, hey, yeah, push up here with me. But what about Iraq. There's one infantry division there. They may have a lot more HQs than they need. Okay, well, let's see. Okay, these are colonial infantry. Colonial infantry. I don't know. Now we lost here. They're going to regain that. Reinforcing, okay. They're going to regain there. These guys are coming here. Let's shift back up towards Stolino. Ships haven't made it there yet. Now, how are we doing out here? What's going on? Okay, lots of air that, well, I'm not using too much air in the east, whether I should be or not. Oh, we got a lot of Soviet forces coming through here. Where the hell? Oh, they're all probably going to... Well, all they have left is this port near Rostov. Level 1, it looks like. Well, let's take that, just to take that. And then we have... Novorossiysk, and then once we get that, then that's it for ports in the Black Sea. Maybe the Italians will deal with all these guys. Those are a lot of subs, I think, and I don't have much anti-submarine here, so I'm not going to have the Kriegsmarine come out and get sunk. What are they? Yeah, these are subs that we're bombing here. Well, happy birthday, Rhaegar. My birthday wasn't too long ago, a few days, but not too long ago myself. But yeah, happy birthday. Hope things are well with you. All right. Okay, we had another tech. Okay, we're winning there. Good. Oh, 2 techs. Okay, machine gun cannon combo advance. That would be here, and we'll stop that. We're getting a lot of opportunities to research various things, and you can see down at the bottom here, attack movement plus 5%, or yeah, 7.5%. Masterful breakthrough plus 1 and mechanized breakthrough plus 2 as a tactic, as well as increasing morale a bit and reducing combat width on a bunch of mechanized and motorized type units. Great. Air support. Okay, cast morale, reserve tactical, nice, but I don't use a lot of air power as much as I should. Defense and depth, those are some really good counterattack and whatnot. And delay diversion. Well, we'll do defense and depth and interception tactics in advance. That would be over here, I think. Well, maybe everything's temporary, but I just want to look through here, make sure, because I don't want to slow up my forces right now, so I'm not doing that one just for that. Let's do delay and diversion here as being more useful in the near term than just better air interception. Okay, we are again making more supplies than we're needed, though we have enough supplies for the moment. There's a lot just sort of lost in the system. Can they resupply? Well, you mean get supply from? Yes, in a way they could, I think. Well, I'm not sure. No, they're a different faction. No, they can't. No, sorry, no, they can't because they're a different faction. They cannot. They can only be in Russian faction ports, I think. So I don't think they allow military access, but I don't think they can. So once we take these two ports, and we're going to take that one fairly soon, and this, I don't know which direction we're going to take that from, though this is now maybe a little bothersome that we're going to see subs coming here. I presume that's where they're going. So they can't get through here. They can get through here. And hopefully, like I say, hopefully the Italians will deal with some of them. Once we take away their two ports here, they'll just be sort of sitting here, or they'll head out here and head for Vladivostok or something. There are still some ships up here. I don't know what they are, but I'm going to need to supply this better once we get these guys into here and take Murmansk. Okay, you're defending. Okay. You're pushing there, good. Okay, you guys are across the river. You need to attack. And you need to attack. I know Moscow's in that direction, but we're having some trouble here. So you're going to attack here. You're going to come down and join them. Some of these units, with the amount of pushing, oh, you're about ready to shatter, don't need you to do that. Amount of pushing on there, well, he's down to one actual unit that's fighting, the rest are just sort of there. They're taking a long time. Okay, good. Well, I think let's save this. I think we'll end this episode, not the live stream, but the episode here. I want to thank everyone who made it this far. I really do appreciate it. If you haven't already, of course, by this time you better subscribe to the channel and, of course, like the videos. That really helps so much if you do those things. Thank you so much if you're doing it. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Okay, yeah, let's make another episode. So something we need to deploy. Not really. Let's look at revolt risk. No, we're mostly green, so no, we don't need to put some more military police down. A little bit over here, but take a while to get there anyways. But now let's look at supplies here. Okay, yeah, we are moving supplies from Pala to Kretch. We're moving supplies from Pala to Batumi. And we're moving supplies from Pala to Sevastopol. Don't know why there's no fuel going to Batumi, but whatever. So we're keeping that supplied. They're pushing there. 1-2 tank units, but they're defending. They're not so great. Yeah. Okay. Well, we need to keep pressure up. And they're still coming back. Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here, and we're going to continue our invasion of the Soviet Union and push. The Finns are having a bit of trouble. So are we. But there's good things going on too with our invasions in certain areas. So we're going to continue. Oh, finally got the last bit of this. Okay. You can reorganize on the move. You just come somewhere here in the east. Eventually we'll use you just as some more occupation forces. So our experiment of trying to get the Romanians to move, they are moving, getting the Hungarians, but we'll see whether they're useful. That's part of the thing. Are they useful? Not so much do they move into the territory, but do they do things that look like they're going to make things get better for us? That, to me, is the real key. Okay, we won here. Yes, okay, we have our airborne division. We're gonna, because not that we're doing too bad here, especially seeing as that division, but we're going to attack. Okay, we just had division shatter. Okay, they just stopped being attacked, and we're going to stop attacking. The point was just to, okay, well, we took out some submarines, and we're pushing here. Good. And yes, well, we lost. No, we attacked, but we got them to stop attacking. This is a bit frustrating. Probably attacking somewhere in here. I wish they just... There's a lot of creep that's gone on in Black Ice. But yeah, I don't know. Ah, you should be attacking. And you. Should get there, help crush that. What are you off for again? Okay. Partially my own thought, partially also I think the sort of strategic author Bevan Alexander, which TIK thinks doesn't pay enough attention to logistics, but we have secured all of the Mediterranean, but, well, basically all the Mediterranean, but Gibraltar. I mean, that is still a little bit of a thing. So we no longer have to worry about naval invasions in this part of the world. And we were also able to secure a path to invade up through Iran, which Iran is in the war right now as our ally. We had to end up invading. We ended up having to invade Iran, even though we got them into the Axis, and twice, you can look at the video, they switched over to the Allies. I don't know why. I don't know if it's an event, don't know what was up. But when we invaded with the goal of puppeting them, I did so with the least amount of damage I could do to their forces to make them as strong an ally as I could. I wanted to, like I said, I actually did get them into the Axis via, influencing them and whatnot. That's what I wanted to do. Turkey is coded not to join any faction. If it starts to get too close to a faction, one of these factions, it will start moving in another direction itself. It will influence itself away from that. Same with like Tibet, same with Sweden, same with Ireland, and Switzerland, wherever Switzerland is in on this map. That's probably hiding under somewhere. Switzerland. Oh, well, we conquered Switzerland. That's right. Switzerland. So it's not on there, but on the thing. So it's coded not to come into the nation. So I don't need to occupy it. It doesn't really offer me much in the way of resources. Some Chrome, yeah, okay. It just would have been another hassle to conquer it, and I can't get it in diplomatically, so I just ignored it and went around it. Yeah, I could have, but it just would have taken time. And so I wanted to secure the Mediterranean. I'm not sure, but late in 42, I think it's around November, is when the historical, and so it's probably around then, the scripted invasion of North Africa. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it won't happen if I control Gibraltar. I don't know if it will happen under these conditions. I am hopeful that by Italy, I mean, they are messing around in, down in sub-Saharan Africa. By Italy having a lot of forces here, it won't take a lot. And I do have a bunch of forces here that I tried to invade Gibraltar with that can be rushed down to help fight. They're not great to fight American armored divisions, obviously, but forces to try to close off the Mediterranean and do that. And so securing all that needed to, torch. Needed to delay the forces coming, ready to go 41. Let's support that attack. They're not that near crushing them. Damn. I've got lots of rares. So yeah, I'm doing okay, I think, with rares. Okay, light armor designs have advanced. Very good. Grayed out. So let's come down here and let's do mechanized breakthrough. Haiti. Oh, if we can get Haiti as our allies. Okay, another light division. The Africa Corps won in Grozny. We just lost our Grozny defense. Damn. Now, this was the light division down there as part of the problem, but which means they're going to come here, which means we're going to have to stop attacking here. Stop me a major defeat. We just no longer attacking. You come into there. And they pushed a little too hard for us. I think we need to change the direction of our movement, even though we're still pushing here. But if you research even 1 year ahead, there is a massive penalty. I just found out a week ago. Well, there is a penalty researching ahead. It's not too terrible to research a 43 and a 42. But if it's definitely 44, it's really bad. I do research ahead on some things, but it's only... Oh, we could do a 7th Division upgrade, Panzer Division. Where is the 7th? Where is the 7th Division? What's it currently doing? I mean, it's probably... Well, when it says that, it means it's not in combat right this moment. But where is the 7th Division? But do I want to pull it out of the line here? Where's the 10th? Okay, well, we got that port there, which... You're following on and coming to here. We're going to be stupid and come down this way. And hopefully be able to take that port before we get cut off. Is the 7th way out here? Yeah, here. Yeah, oh, yeah, we're almost old units out here. Where, yeah, no, I'm not sending this unit back to Germany. I need it too badly here. Did you take... No, we're not doing any nuclear development here. I hadn't planned on getting this deep into this campaign before needing to test something more. And mostly I'm just playing this because everybody wants to see me play Barbarossa. I'm really much more interested in testing TRE now that I've developed a lot of stuff for it. You can support that attack. You need to garrison that. You can keep moving through there. You can get moved to there. Yeah, I'm more interested in doing some more other testing than this, quite honestly. But I totally understand people. Well, hey, we watched you play 1936 already. We don't need to, you know, it's boring, because I think it's boring to constantly replay the year too. But I need to test it over and over. You're just being bombed. You move up to there. Okay, well, what we should do, again, I wish I was playing, okay, stop naval striking. You move up to, well, there's already too many air units there for repair use. You can come to here, I guess. We need to move forward some of our forces. Yeah, I get really sick of playing 1936, guys. I play it way too much testing things out. That's where we just moved. Okay, let's move you to here. We'll get some air fighters, at least. Better coverage. Further deeper, hopefully with some supplies. Cancel. Where do we have supplies? Okay, here. Because this series really is about me testing this more than anything else. Okay, Beam Slam. Yeah, well, it's coming. I'm working. Well, this is even technically working on it now because I'm seeing how things are going. You know, something that surprised me that I need to change. But yeah, we're doing this. Do you make specialized heavy armor divisions for taking cities? Well, I haven't now heavy armor. I have made specialty heavy armor divisions in the past. I do have units like this with some heavy artillery and whatnot in them. I'm much less likely to do so now that they are 7 brigades, though the big thing that's right now delaying TRE coming out is going back to the 8 brigade division. Now I've already got a working thing that when you come here, you have 8 brigades here, and you got, but I need to redo some of the stuff, and I've gone in with the help of DSafe, one of the main current devs for Black Ice. He's been very helpful. I complain about the Black Ice team. I love the Black Ice team. The Black Ice team, to one degree or another, helps me a lot. Okay, like DSafe has been very helpful, giving me some code to the Lua. Code the Lua, the AI coding, so that the U.S. and Britain will make 8 brigade divisions, because that's what they did historically. We're still on the fence about Japan making 8 brigade divisions because they didn't use a lot of support brigades. They had very large infantry divisions. Generally, their primary infantry divisions have, 2 brigades of infantry or whatever, pretty strong, and a full brigade of cavalry. We're not talking about a cavalry division, we're talking about an infantry division. And for the most part, their armored divisions are just simply armored attached to an infantry unit. It's not like an all motor, for the most part. And none were permanently through the war that were like fully motorized armored divisions that I know of for Japan. I'm not the greatest expert on Japan, so, it's just from my quick readings. They were mostly just adding a tank battalion, or maybe 2 to an otherwise foot infantry unit, or adding, a motorized infantry battalion to a, infantry division, just for, tactical mobility, not strategic mobility. So I'm not sure what I'm doing about Japan, but, the Soviet Union and Italy particularly, and I'm only really worrying about majors. Soviet Union and Italy particularly had weak divisions, and I'm not really that concerned about France because they're going to collapse anyways. And the player will be able, whatever country he plays, he'll be able to make 8 brigade divisions. So if he's playing as Romania and he wants to, have an 8 brigade divisions guarding their border with the Soviet Union, and instead of having a lot of divisions, have fewer but better, the player can make that choice, giving that choice to the player. And so I'm doing the AI coding. I'm getting the old OOBs that had event OOBs to 8 brigades and adding them sort of in, and that's all taking time. And so I'm working on things, and I'm doing the stuff. So that's doing this. Would make TRE branch rather than submod. To some degree, it is still a submod. I'm still leeching off of Black Ice, and it still requires Black Ice. But what I would be best described as instead of an events submod, it is now coming to be more gamers remix of Black Ice, and plus all my event mods. Where before it was only, I had the Goering's 4-year program in my TRE, eventually a 4-year program, decent but more, cookie cutter basic version of it was added to Black Ice. Well, I've always gone in and removed the Black Ice version because I didn't want 2 4-year, double bonuses, if you will, for the 4-year program. So, I've always done a little bit of editing of Black Ice, but mostly just where there was direct conflicts. But now it's more of a remix, and they pushed me to it with the 8th Brigade is what really pushed me to it. So I'm opening up to a little bit more remix, but it's still 90+% exactly what Black Ice has given to you, for things. I am not touching basically any of these technologies. Just temporarily, I did touch that just to re-add back in the 8th Brigade, but I'm going to create an unresearchable hidden tech that will be fired, that you'll get the stuff through a decision. So it'll be a non, because there are already a few hidden techs that you don't research, but a decision or an event gives the research bonus to it. So, but I'm not dealing with any of these type of changes in here, to the text. Well, I guess the only thing is I've moved some of the construction costs that once you get not for the text, but for the the event later on, moved it from being money and supplies to just supplies, but increased the supplies a lot, costs on some of the giant infrastructure and giant architecture event options. So it's still costly and costs a lot more in supplies, but doesn't cost you in money in international money trading or much, because I went down like from 2,000 gold or whatever you want to call it to just 200. It was normally just you get 10% the cost. So I have done some of that, but I haven't really touched any of these actual techs. So much of it is still 90+% is still black ice. It's just the 5 or 10% that I'm sort of touching, remixing. So yeah, and so I am redoing the cost on some of these upgrades for divisions like the 7th. I think they're not entirely wrong, and I gave a talk earlier, I guess you weren't here, Road Manor. I guess that's how you pronounce that name. About how my philosophy and how much I am touching you. I don't want you to be stuck here fighting. I want you to move it, and you come up and attack them once you get through there. So it's something of a remix now. He's touching you, yeah. So yeah, and so that's that kind of thing. So I the Black Ice team, like I say, DSafe has been giving me actually good coding examples so that I'm able to go in. Well, what I'm going to do is cheat more money in, because I disagree with this. And I've changed the way the money is used quite a bit. And I've gotten rid of all of the need to pay your troops, or no, maybe that's something I still need to deal with a little bit. But getting rid of all of the gold. You need gold to pay your troops, or you need gold. You get penalties for having not enough in the bank. All that's going away with TRE, because I look at money as purely an international exchange medium in this game, not a domestic thing. So yeah, this I'll cheat. Because now, one thing I have not done is ever done any of the in this playthrough. I've not done any of the trades for any of these. These are purely by either conquest or my allies possessing, either domestically or my allies possess, actual faction allies possessing these things. I've not done any trades, and I've removed the trading function. But, well, it's still there, but I just make it not fire. Now, somebody can make a sub mod to TRE and undo it, and I'll tell somebody how to do it. Pretty damn easy. Just a few lines of code. Just change it. I mean, literally just 2 lines of code, and you'd have the changing back if you want it. So if somebody wants to make a sub mod to TRE, not make their own thing, but just make something that's a little bit of a sub mod, they can do it, and I'll help somebody if that's what they want to do. But yeah, that's sort of everything. Yeah, I agree about the idea of, but we can't deal with the negative modifiers. It's just something that turn them to spies and stuff. It looks like you cut down on the number of diplomats. There's a huge number. Oh, well, oh yeah. Okay, you're right. Well, yeah, I'm not paying good enough attention. Okay. Well, currently we have more than 110%. There's only this number is the effective maximum number. You're going to have higher than 110% officers. This shows the you go to effective maximum. It used to be 120 or something in standard Hoi 4, but the AI will stop doing officers once it hits 100, so it was thought to be too much of a player bonus. But you can have more, and you can figure out how many they need and do the math here. You can have more. It's just they're just sitting around in an office somewhere, playing cards or something until they're needed, and then they come in and fill the gaps. But it's 110 max. It's over is not lost. Okay, let's get rid of all diplomats. And we'll move them over to spies for at least a little while, because I don't know that I need more research. 140? Yeah, okay. And it's just sort of a player buff. You might be able to edit the AI to get it to go higher. I don't know. But I know it stops at 100. Just so long since I played standard Hoi 3. I have no intention of ever going back to standard Hoi 3. Waiting for fuel. It even says you have fuel there. Yep, we've lost Grozny. You're counterattacking. Once you go black, you don't go back. Yeah. Yeah, no, I have no intention of ever going back to playing that again in my life. I mean, not that, if somebody wants to pay me money or something, I would do it. But just to do it, no. I am done with that. I think we need you up here more. Yeah, it's not that I would refuse to do it. It's just I will not. Yeah, just because I feel like it, ever do it again. I might theoretically try some other the historically plausible mod or some other things that could happen, but I have no plans on it. But definitely not pure standard. Stalino, we've won. Good. Now you're going to push up into there. Good. Sure thing, Road Manor. Hope you followed the Twitch channel and or YouTube. Subscribed over there. Just don't recognize your name from other streams. Maybe you were here. I just forgot you were. Sorry if I did. Yeah. Well, okay. Conclusions after victory, great. Here's the thing about some of the later scenarios. If all you're doing is like the 1944 scenario or something like that, if all you're and playing as if you're playing as America or something, I think it'd be stupid to play that scenario because, you're just, kicking Germany while he's on the ground kind of thing. Why play that? So presumably you're playing that 1944 scenario or something as the Axis. Okay. Well, if you're able to do anything in a 1944 scenario other than by a marginal amount delay Germany's defeat, made Berlin hold out for 2 days longer than it did historically, or a month longer than historically. If you're doing anything more than that, the game is broken. Because there is no practical way. I know, D-Day is, June 4th, 1944. So, I don't know the exact start date. I never played it. Or something like that. But it's too late. there's, maybe if the AI is going to invade right, in Normandy, and that's the only place it's going to invade, and you move all your bunch of panzers there. But even with the Soviet, it's too late. The game is won. If you're starting from a historical scenario in 1944. So to me, the only two scenarios that have any real validity to want to play, unless the game is broken, it's too easy for Germany or whatever to play, or Japan. Okay, there's three, I guess. 1936, which deals with the buildup and development of Germany and Japan and Italy, and also the development of the Allies to react against it. That's one good one. In 1939, the start of the war in Europe is starting what is the historical start. This is what Germany and what Italy and whoever had at that date, as best we can do it, and go. And that's a great start. And then I guess 4 would be if you want to play as Japan and start, attack Pearl Harbor, go, in 1941. Or, you got to, get a little prepared, but go. Those are the only and then how long can you hold out as Japan, or can you take India as Japan, or at that start date? Those are the only scenarios and only reasons I would have to play other than a 36. Otherwise, I personally have no interest. Never done them. Went straight for Black Ice. Well, I didn't go straight for Black Ice, but it took me a while to find it. The Gata Damarang DLC, I played that for quite a while. That was actually pretty good for what it was. We won here. Good. You've won. You're getting reinforcements. Good. Okay, you can come down here. So some things are just, if you can do them in a game, it's too late. I know enough about World War II that just means it's broken. Whether it's a bad AI or just coding in such a way that, yeah, we can build enough whatever to turn it around, and, you can look at some of the stuff, 42 or whatever. Yeah. I still think it's too late. Yeah, 41, the start of 41 is the last, in my opinion, the last chance at a game like this that Germany, the Axis, whatever, 41 would be, because that gives you the start. Okay, you've already conquered France. And maybe you do the historical thing is once France falls, a lot of production either stops or massively slows down in Germany for two reasons. One, hey, the war's sort of over. Yeah, we're having submarines out, and, in Britain, and yeah, we're still doing an air war with Britain, but the war's mostly won, so we don't need. Now they can't tell everyone that we're getting ready to go to the war with the Soviet Union, but so the war is mostly done, so they stop producing some of the stuff. So you don't need so much of it because the war is mostly over. That's part of the reason. The other part is hey, the next war, we don't want old Panzer IIs, don't make any, of course you should stop making Panzer Is by long before 41, but we don't need any more Panzer IIs. Look, they highly modified things that are hardly a Panzer II anymore. We still call it that sort of late, the Panzer II Loesch, which really is almost all new design, new road wheels, new engines, new just about everything. Reconnaissance tank, but just vaguely a Panzer II. But they keep making the Marder IIs. So, there's reasons to, maybe stop making Panzer IIs, but make other, and also the Wasp, the self-propelled 105 millimeter howitzer gun. There's things that could be made effectively, usefully on the Panzer II chassis up until the end of the war. But they stop Panzer IIs because we don't need any more of those. In the next war, in a few years, we're going to need, improved Panzer IIIs or improved Panzer IVs. And so, stop making those old Panzer IIIs and those old Panzer IVs because we don't, or slow down. Some of it's just slow down, either slowing down or stopping production because, we're going to, when we actually want to build the new, better things, when they really should be cranking out every damn last Panzer II, Panzer III, Panzer IV, 38T, or modification, Stugs or whatever, modifications thereof, like the Martyr 3s or whatever, cranking out as many as they can of those models. They don't. They either stop or slow production in, after, mid-late 1940. And don't really start ramping it up until the actual invasion of the Soviet Union starts. And that's only starting to ramp it up, and they really don't hit really hard until the 42 and the counterattack, the winter counterattack pushes them back from Moscow. And that's only when they start to get, Todt as a centrally organized armaments minister. Because before then, you don't really have a single guy doing armaments, armaments and munitions production. You have the 4-year plan. You have all these different, and, the shell plan and all these different sort of plans all ring. Nothing centrally organized. And it's only when Todt comes in as they're really an armaments minister. Then, of course, he dies in the plane crash and Speer takes over from Todt. And it's really only that getting ramped up that Germany really starts to ramp up its production in a big sense. Oh no, let's say pretty quick. Good. So 41 is the last sort of, because say, okay, well there, but do we invade, starting 41, not necessarily do we, the day of the invasion of the Soviet Union, but do we invade the Soviet Union or do we do a Mediterranean or do we just, what do we do? That's the last real choice, in my opinion, the beginning of 41, that you really have a change in the outcome, because Germany did not lose the war because it lost Stalingrad. Stalingrad is just a symptom. It isn't like, oh, well, hey, had they taken Stalingrad early enough and pushed into the Caucasus oil, Germany would have won. No, the U.S. would have come in and crushed them anyways. You really had to be doing more than, not just the Caucasus oil. Now, if you had taken the Caucasus oils, taken Stalingrad, taken Leningrad, taken Moscow, and, it's a, Soviet Union holding out in, not necessarily right at the Urals, but holding out somewhere deep in here, maybe Germany could win. And it's also, they didn't lose because because there's about as many, maybe the whole North Africa campaign. The North Africa campaign, including lost at, Tunisia here, is about the same that's lost at Stalingrad. Now, there's a lot more Italians here. There were Italians lost at Stalingrad. At least, was it a couple of corps or something? I forget exactly. But most of the Italian expeditionary corps was in the Caucasus, so it gets lost / mangled. But so it isn't the tactical losses in Tunisia that caused Germany's defeat that they would have otherwise won. No, it's just the industrial might that America is able to come to bear, that so long as you don't fuck it up too badly, they're going to win. So the choices have to happen sooner. It has to happen effectively something earlier to change the outcome. So that's just my idea, that any war game that, it can be a legit war game that you want to play that is a Well, can we do it faster? Can we hold out longer? Can we hold out an extra 4 months or something like that? And yeah, okay. That may be a real thing, but okay, a bunch of events just happened. Let's see. Well, what do we want to do first? Let's do the brigade. Let's do the text first. Brigade command structure. Okay, that's grayed out. Machine gun focus. That's aircraft. We want to stop that. Mexico. Okay, they're coming in the war. Now we're done for. Good. We're pushing there. That's good. Well, wrong. Yeah, this never happened in Germany. Never happened. That's why I don't like these events. Maybe bombing would lose infrastructure in Frankfurt unmanned, but even at the last days of the war, this shouldn't be happening. I got to make sure I got to make sure these disappear with TRE. I got disgruntled citizens. All this got to disappear. Now, if you want to, and they sort of did, oh, well, here's why there's the coal thief, because TIK, and I don't know if the guy actually watched the thing, that there's sort of a Germany, and just to summarize his talk, Germany had pushed it out of the game, find the coal thief or something, because coal becomes at different stages during the war a rare commodity in Germany, and people need, particularly in winter, need it to heat your homes and also cook with it and whatnot. Well, there was no coal thief. It was just mismanagement, not of coal production so much, but of railways and getting coals from the coal mines to where it needs to go. They had problems with railway management. Though it's actually, the Reichsbahn is actually one of the better working things in Nazi Germany, though they did have problems with it, and TIK goes into some of it. So yeah, they have, event people stealing coal. Well, that really wasn't happening. So yeah, you need to tie it to some real historical thing for me to want to have it happen. Okay, Free Willing Battalion, yes. Finns, good. Ukrainian Liberation Army, we gain, so support, so not so much we're gaining any more units, but 50 manpower, and we could use 50 manpower. Nice. Himmler demands a Panzer Force. Okay, I guess we're just going to create Panzers. Great. Again, we need to, okay, we're getting rid of these things. Agricultural industry, yes. See here, this is the type of thing here that I just lose 500 money. Where are they buying tractors from internationally during the middle of the war? They're not. They don't cost money. They cost supplies. So supplies, that makes, well, this is actually gaining, oh, well, this is, don't know why we would gain from industrialization. Farm, yes, because farm, industrializing farm means less manpower needed on the farms, and then go be soldiers. That makes perfect sense. Gaining supplies, I don't get that so much. Should, if anything, cost you supplies. Let's see the plans. New monumental architecture. German occupation in the East. Conquer them all. Puppet the Russian states. Oh, I thought this already happened. I don't know. New Panzer Corps. Fine. Government repression. I'm going to cheat in the money. Going to cheat in the money. Going to cheat in the money. So having this down is not going to be a problem. See, this used to, I think, need more supplies, and I'm going back to this one needing more supplies. Or reducing the supply production percentage or something. Not money. Supplies, not money. Installation of searchlights. Fine. Fall of Singapore. Britain gains a bunch of dissent and loses national unity. So yeah, that's just my thoughts. Costs, domestic costs and supplies. And so if you're having an event that you think you needed to, oh, I don't know, import some specials tungsten from Sweden, which is really, it was iron ore with a natural mix of tungsten, not so much tungsten independently, but yeah, that's what. And you need to maybe simulate buying that from Sweden. Well, okay, then you got me. I'm willing to go there with you for money. Or if you showed me how they were spending money buying it from Spain, which they bought tungsten from Spain and Portugal, well then okay, yeah, or something like now. Now we already do have the ability to buy rare materials from Spain and Portugal. But I mean, if you're having an event that, gives you a bunch of, big pile of rare materials, because we don't have really tungsten here, again, I don't believe strategic resources, these things, which was zinc and manganese and tungsten, more from tungsten, older name for this thing, they're now aligned close enough that they give us to it here. So I don't believe in that. But if it's just the rare materials and you go, oh, big pile of rare materials show up and you want to charge me money, yeah, fine. Or just do the sort of in-game mechanic. That works. Either way works with me, or both, combination of both, that also works with me. But it needs to be that for money to be a thing. Well, what else are we going to... like these 1943 technologies, I'll agree that they're not the most efficient to do now, but I want to push them, and it would be better to maybe stop some of them and do some of the earlier technologies now. But mostly we have the 42s fully doing. We have enough officers, I think. Enough for the moment, but we could have large losses, and it could be a problem, but I think enough. And we obviously have enough diplomats, and we shifted over to more spies, so yeah, might as well research some 43 techs like high velocity guns and see if we can get them a little early. Okay, that's sort of on again, off again battles. Okay, we're going to stop attacking that. It's just a little too... bridge too far. Let's see if you can go up to there. We got... they're coming... they're going to be defending there. They're coming up to defend. We'll move these guys because these guys should be a little bit faster. Let's move the Jaegers up to the forests. Well, we've won there, but the Finns have not really felt like coming in, helping out a... oh, division shattered, damn. An ally. Okay, you've got to stop or you're going to have problems soon, too soon. But we'll let that continue. They're coming down. Oh, what the hell? Did somehow drop plans? No. Okay, you're there. How did I send... I don't know how that happened. You come to there. having divisions shatter. Okay. I wish they just lose organization. And it's... I really like a lot of the black ice. I'm not going to get into changing this just because it's just too much to do. But I like a lot of the idea of all the different doctrines and things that improve morale, that improve organization. I like all of them. Because a lot of these, not all of them, but a lot of these are shattering on attack. So they're maintaining their organization while they're grinding their men down to nothing. I wish they would just... how do I say it? Make it so that I like the way that they step up and you incrementally increase these. What I don't like in Hearts of Iron 4 is, you know, oh, do you have elastic defense? Yes or no. If you do, you get bonuses. If you don't, you don't. Where here, this is increasing, you know, elastic defense, counterattack, and whatever is direct fire, sort of a different thing for over direct fire units, I think. But so, you know, is counterattack, you know, is one of the battle tactics here. We don't obviously, I don't pay too much attention to them because we don't get a chance to like pick what happened here. But, you know, defend, reckless assault, or elastic defense, it's all these different little things that are happening in battle and how effectively you get to do them, you know. So I like it. I think it's good. I think this is better than Hearts of Iron 4 is a yes or no thing. Can you do it or not? I like that it incrementally gets more and more, but I think they've done too much of it. Maybe not so much these doctrines, but maybe it's more of these, you know, organization up is too much. And so instead of like 32% organization up, maybe it should be, you know, all, you know, current, you know, this current level, maybe it should be 15%, you know, but still, you know, just make the increases smaller so that you don't get, you know, samurai charges that are, you know, super units that, yeah, Japan, that might be historically proper, but not for most other nations. At least that's just my thought. Again, I don't want to, I'm not going to go in and remix all of that, but it just seemed, it's a good idea that maybe just taken a little bit too far. Okay, wow, we finally pushed in one here. Let's push it into there. Get you guys to come up and hold the line. Okay, keep coming through here because I don't want you to give up your progress. You're going to hold Rostov, so we're holding that. No, you don't need to go that way. You can go this way. We'll strategically deploy you because we don't have fuel for you. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Okay, major defeat somewhere. Uprising. Oh, shit. Well, no resistance. France. Swine. Okay, well, we'll deal with that. Military forces. Very good. I think that maybe they're... Okay, let's just cancel all the... Close all of these things up. Uprising. We'll deal with those in a moment. Looks like we have a uprising all over France. I don't know if I'm going to do anything about this, but this seems like an awfully big uprising for... Yeah, this is all wrong. Maybe I'll go in and deal with that. All these units are now in combat because of this. Okay, I've got to go in and look and see what's going on here. This is all wrong. All wrong. This is screwy. This should not be happening. What are you thinking, guys? Black Ice people. And I got to look at the code and see what they're doing, but this should not happen. Should not happen unless, or so long as Vichy France exists, this should not happen. Anything like this wide. If you want to go revolt risk higher a little bit, because this is a scripted thing. This is all scripted. This isn't just revolt risk. Let's have a battle. This is a scripted thing. And I don't know whether this is scripted to be because it's June 1942 or something like this. But so long as Vichy France has happened, and this is the whole thing. The whole reason Vichy France is formed, in essence, is like, hey, French people, French government, you do a deal with me. We'll leave all of this entirely, including North Africa and other places, not so much Indochina, or that gets to sort of go to Japan, but we'll leave the rest of the French Empire more or less independent, so long as you don't cause trouble. And so the French police, they still get to be the police in Paris. The French mail system still all the French civil government throughout all of France still gets to function. And it'll be actually fully unoccupied in the Vichy part. Vichy government is technically the government of all of France, but military occupation overrules any civilian whatever. It's the army. The army is governing France because, hey, we're afraid of British counter invasion or something. So that makes sense. But so long as Vichy France exists, they aren't going to do anything like this. They, revolt risk, blow up a train, do this. The British are, trying to get them to do little minor things. But so long as you basically maintain the peace, Vichy gets to exist. The only reason this breaks out in 1944 is because Vichy no longer, technically Vichy is still around. More or less Pétain is gone from the government. It's run by Laval, but it's Germany occupies the rest of France. And of course they've lost, the Allies have taken North Africa. Then a couple here and there that are sort of natural revolt risk. If I haven't put enough SD or military police units around and totally ignored this, I agree. They're oh, hey, you haven't had any interior troops. You've just put some troops on the border to hold down or the coast, and natural stuff I would agree with. This, and I would agree with this if this is in conjunction with, say, a 1944 whatever. I would agree with this here. Okay, I don't know exactly what's going on, but I understand the railways. That's good. Yes, we'll pay this. Oh, gross. We've lost these a while ago, but we'll lose that here. Well, let me save this now. So I've got to go. See, this is why I'm playing this. I've got to go in and look at this stuff because, yes, I'm doing this as a remix more. That's this. There, Uprising in Paris. But did we? Here. Well, let's attach this to here. So, why is this? And I don't know because there's a very similar naming organization that's set up as army controlled with GGA. German, originally with German graphical augmentation, now it's just become German gameplay augmentation and German graphical two sort of separate submods, partially because of me and others complained to the shock to our eyes of his color palette sense for some of these units. Are these all just sitting in Paris? Oh, good. Just what I needed. Them all sitting in Paris. Right. Oh, man. So, yeah, this is screwy. It's also happening in Germany, too. I mean, now I know this is Alsace-Lorraine, not... Oh, are we also battling here? Yeah. You know, so this is sort of somewhat occupied France, yes, but yeah, it's a little too much. And I can handle this. I've got enough armored divisions to move around here once they win this to go in and deal with all this. And I'm holding my, you know, I'm doing responsible things, but this is too much. So I got to go in and try to remember to look and see what the conditions to fire this are. Like I say, you know, Allies control Britain. Germany doesn't control Moscow or something in the east. You know, the reason, like, you got Britain has to the Allies have to control Britain is that they have to be supplying, you know, munitions and weapons to the rebels, or otherwise they're not going to find enough, you know, pitchforks to effectively do this, you know, machine guns or whatever to do this. They get a few just people hid from government stores, but not enough to do this. It takes, you know, a lot of support to do this. And fine, you know, if Britain controls this, if it's maybe in 44, or if Germany has not, you know, has Vichy France is not, you know, still around, that kind of thing. Yeah, well, yeah, but this is all scripted, so I don't know why. And like I say, I think this should be because it's military, Militärverwaltung in Frankreich Reich. I think that means army. And okay, here's some army units, field gendarmerie. Okay, this, and I think there's a whole set of this stuff already for maybe GA handles this already, because there is, you know, these sort of military police. I guess fascist militia is fine. It's just sort of the field gendarmerie, the sort of gives the police a little bit more fighting capability than just a suppression capability than a military police unit. Yeah, so yeah, for the army, so maybe GGA supersedes this, so we'll see what's going on there. But I think on that note, we will end this episode. I want to thank you for getting this far. And on any of these topics, especially about like changing the game, I want to hear your opinions. I was always quite surprised at how little pushback about somebody didn't tell me I got something wrong with TRE, or should be something cost more, cost less, or whatever. And, you know, make me explain myself, because it doesn't mean I'm going to change it, but I do want to hear your opinions, including your opinions about Black Ice, though maybe I'm not going to. I'm more likely to change my own mod than to change, if I haven't already decided to change Black Ice. But you know, if you think something like this should be happening in June 42 with Vichy France in existence, tell me why. Now I may go, you're right, and I'll agree, or I may go, you're wrong, I still think it should go away. But I really like military department. Yeah, okay, well, military department means military, not police, or not, police or SS, because they're different. Now, they were there too, but yeah, it's sort of maybe Black Ice taking a shortcut. So yeah, please post below. Love to hear your comments. We'll be continuing more of this. I don't know how far we're going to get before I really do need to do more testing of TRE, so it means starting over. We'll see. But probably some more of this. but TRE is coming. I'm not going to give you any dates. So if you want to get up and start playing, play now. You want to wait, and just be happy. It's going to take, whether it takes a week or it takes a year, I don't know. It's going to take what it takes. And, might be less than a week, but I don't think so. I think it's going to be more than a week. I think it's going to be well more than a week, but I'm giving no planned dates. I have no idea what it's going to take. It's going to take what it takes. No, some things are looking close, and then I see this stuff and I don't know. So no schedule. It's going to take probably more than a week. I mean, can't be done, I may release hey, few people test this, but not like it's properly working. It's not going to happen within a week. I don't think it could happen practically sooner than that, but so more times than that, but I don't know how long. So no date set, but it's coming. It's being worked on. This is part of it. So you can look forward to it. Thanks, everyone. See you next time. And I think I need to take a break from the stream. My voice has had enough. I will be back tomorrow for War Thunder. I presume Arno will join for part of the day or all of the day. Any of you guys who want to play can come and join us. We'll make room for new people, at least for a few missions. Or you can just hang out and watch, the chaos if Lum shows up and argues with people or whatever. Maybe some good gameplay is few people will show up and actually good tactical or organization and coordination and watch us kick butt if you want to watch and hang out. So maybe see you guys tomorrow on, I don't know if it's Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or something. I'm streaming for Slytherin. I just don't know, but it'll be, I think, Field of Glory Medieval Reconquista sometime, and then of course you'll be back next Saturday and Sunday. So thanks, everyone. See you then. Let me make sure I save this one last time, just as a safety save before I click out of it, because it was going to crash after I click over to stop the stream. Thanks, everyone.